welcome. You didn't miss much. I did my usual intro, blah, blah, World Cup, tie breaks, round 4. I'm Fiona, he's Jan Ludwig. You know the drill by now. Jan Ludwig, how are you doing?
I'm really excited about this one. I think if Hikaru makes it through here, he has great chances in the next round. Um, the winner of this match will face an opponent that is not in the top 100 in the world, who has upset two players rated stronger than himself. So uh, what I'm trying to say is winning this match is huge, and I'm excited to watch it. And I'm thrilled that we're kind of just getting on immediately into the action. No kind of chit chat. We're just gonna have the moves coming in on the board right now.
Jumping right in, like in the classical portion of the match, Hikaru plays white in the first game. He told us he has a slight preference to start with black. I see Vingado in the chat is saying playing white first is so weird for Hikaru, I think. Do you agree with that?
Um, nah, I think he should be able to manage. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world. I didn't think he was going to repeat the English opening, but here we are.
Yeah, and it's actually Pragnananda who chooses a different variation compared to the one they played in their classical game. And also Pragnananda chooses a different variation than the one they played when Hikaru had the black pieces. Hikaru with black tried to go knight d4, make a trade between the knights. And here instead Prague goes for the bishop, trying to put pressure on the knight. And after knight d5, this knight moves a second time, but puts pressure on the bishop. Look at this. Pragnananda immediately taking charge in the center, pushing the pawn forward, attacking the knight. The knight moves away, castles from Hikaru, bishop to g2, d6. Wow, a pawn sacrifice already from Pragnananda. If Hikaru wants to win a pawn, he can now capture the knight, letting the queen come into the game, but then Hikaru will capture the pawn in the center. However, it will be rather dangerous with the black pieces all pointing down towards the white king. So Hikaru prudently decides to castle instead, and here the move is pawn to g5. And actually, I spent quite a bit of time this summer studying this variation. My impression was that it's playable for white, but not like good. It's not going to give you an advantage, but it's going to be an exciting game. I'm excited about this opening in general, because both Hikaru and Pragnananda has clearly stated their intentions to have a big fight in this first one. Riskier, kind of, I guess, for Hikaru, because if he loses this one, he'll have the white pieces, the black pieces, in a must-win situation for game 2. G5 on the board. This knight now is trapped. This knight has nowhere to go, but white has this incredible move, pawn to d4, after which, if you take the knight, the bishop comes in, pressure towards the knight cannot move because the queen is in trouble behind. And wow, what a start to this game.
I'm slightly perplexed that Hikaru is looking somewhat surprised to see g5 on the board here. I'm hoping he's just doing some recollecting further down the line.
That must be what's going on, because this has all been played very recently at the very top level. And this is the kind of position where if you don't know the move, you're just going to lose.
Yeah. I see, by the way, I looked up, you're absolutely right. This has been played. I see 2 Fabiano Caruana games with the white pieces, but also a certain Vladimir Kramnik. So as you say, all been seen at the top level, but
He needs to go d4. It's not a good sign that he's thinking. That being said, I mean, the intro here was just so, they played so quickly and they played such an enterprising opening. So we started off at a very high energy level. But the reality of this time control is that you do have the time to think about and recall your preparation. 25 minutes and 10 seconds extra per move is way more time. then we usually connect with the rapid time control ordinarily. For instance, in the rapid world
Jan
championship.
Ludwig, sorry to interrupt you, but Hikaru did not play d4. I am really confused by what's going on here. I mean, Hikaru must have just forgotten or
Yeah.
misremembered.
Oh, and with the white pieces.
But why is this so? What's the difference if the bishop now? Why is this so bad?
So if the bishop steps back to c5, then this is very good for Hikaru. Because then he gets this pawn move up, attacking the bishop and also attacking the pawn. The problem is, after bishop back, why does not pawn to d4 just become the same thing as we were looking at earlier? So the difference is that now with the bishop having been chased back, Pragnananda can make the trade in the center and then the knight back, in which this knight is still trapped, but this bishop is getting away. So in order to understand this, we need to see what would happen if the correct move. So if pawn to d4 first, now if Pragnananda captures the knight in the center, pawn recaptures, attacks the knight retreats. This guy is still trapped, but the key difference is that now after queen a4, the black bishop on b4 is trapped as well. Whereas in this potential variation, queen a4, bishop steps back, the queen escapes, and this knight is still in trouble.
And bishop a5 is on the board. I think it's so weird to see Hikaru really. I think this was just as bad a mess up as it gets straight out of the opening. And
I guess especially when he was not sure, I guess he was surprised by Pragnananda's opening choice, but when he wasn't sure, he probably should have spent more than 2 minutes on it. Because now he lost the match in the first 2 minutes.
No, he hasn't lost the. I mean, he hasn't lost the match yet, Jan Ludwig.
Reverse jinx anyone?
Okay, how bad?
No, but now the knight is trapped.
We're actually losing.
Hikaru is actually losing a piece now. Well, the knight was trapped already, but now he doesn't get to capture the black bishop in return. So we're losing the knight based on the computer's variations, we're losing the knight for a pawn.
Okay, let's show the best variation according to the engine.
So computer now recommends pawn to d3. And here, Prague probably will play pawn to h6. No. Okay, so the best move for Prague is taking back, knight b8. And computer says there's nothing better than taking this and going into this kind of position.
And apparently rook e8 is not one of the best. Why is that?
I don't know. Okay, apparently this is okay for
Okay,
white.
this is what we need to hope for.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because this is not clear. I mean, didn't we play the best move for black at every turn?
Well, except this rook.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So let's go back.
So here computer wants queen f6, basically giving up your rook in order to get rid of the white attacking pieces.
Okay, and this is bad, but it's not lost. No?
It's probably lost, but it's a rapid game, so anything can happen.
Okay, no, I feel we really, really need d3 here.
Yeah, no, e3 we need. Probably we want to save this pawn first, though.
Sorry, I mean in the live position where I think we really need d3.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and what happens if b4? This other move? b4, bishop b6.
I guess you could try. No.
The problem is if you're Hikaru, I think you're just shell-shocked, like you just need
Yeah.
to recover.
No, he needs at least 5 minutes to just readjust to the fact that he just blundered a piece with white within 10 moves, within like 5 minutes of the game starting. To mentally adjust to the mistake you made is like, it's a nearly impossible task.
But do you think, okay, if you take a few minutes and you just shrug it off and you're like,
No,
okay,
well, so what I usually say is that when I look back at my games from when I was like 18 years old, what I notice is that like I had horrible openings. Like I was worse out of the opening pretty much every single game. And then I was fighting like my life depended on it. Like crazy. The number of draws I made down a pawn when I was a kid, or like old kid, is just incredible. And then what happened is I learned openings, so I started being better out of the opening every game. But somehow in the kind of learning those openings, I I stopped fighting. I lost that ability to fight from a bad position because having bad positions became so much more uncommon. The reason I'm telling you this is that I'm not the right person to ask about the best way of fighting because I'm a horrible fighter these days. But
I think
he's a good
Hikaru,
fighter.
yeah, he said once himself that it's one of his strongest suits, you know, to like his resourcefulness, basically.
Yeah.
And here,
So
okay, he needs to, like, he understands things are bad. I mean, as soon as, like, I think we understood it as soon as g5 appeared on the board and Hikaru looked surprised. That was very bad news. And then the blunder with a3, but okay, now he needs to regroup and find the best way to fight. And this d3 line we looked at is not actually so clear. In order to maintain a sizable advantage, Prague will have to, you think all
I
the
don't know.
moves are
I
easy?
think the main line we looked at was very convincing for black.
Where black gives up the exchange?
Yeah. And I think Hikaru will want to look at d4 lines because he remembers that d4 is the move. He just didn't remember that it was very important to do it now rather than one move later. Because the main line goes d4, h6, defending this so that the bishop cannot get up there. And then I think you play a3. I don't know. It goes something like this. So he kind of just messed up the order of the moves, but the order of the moves is super important because now black doesn't. Yeah, and he does
He
go
plays
d3.
d3 though, which
Yeah.
is good. I mean, also Cheeto in the chat is saying, stop trying, Fiona. What am I trying? I understand the position is objectively lost. I'm just saying he needs to find the best practical chance. And Hikaru has saved worse positions than this. This is really
Oh
bad
yeah,
and it's over the
definitely.
board. It's not online blitz, but I mean, what do you want me to tell you guys? Do you want me to say, okay, just like I'm seeing in the chat, just resign and move on? I mean,
Well,
what do you want me to
resign is a
say?
bit much. Like my pessimism is strong. The pessimism is strong with this one. But I mean, I still would never resign. Are you crazy?
No,
No,
no, I think
you
we have to stay positive. Yes, we saw a big mistake. I think the kind of mistake that we barely ever see Hikaru make, especially so early in the game. But now it's time to regroup, and that's it. All we can do is fight and hope for the best. This is the first game as well, so there were a lot of people asking, what is the format? If you haven't seen any playoffs, this is game 1 of 2 in the 25 plus 10. Time control, so even if Hikaru were to lose, there would still be game 2. The reason that it would be important to try and hold on here is because he'll be black in game 2, which is to be in a must-win situation with black is always tricky, if not impossible, of course. But d3, and okay, and this is already the
Hikaru
first
did
turn.
get a very combative game with black in the classical game.
Yeah.
So
Also,
even if he does lose here,
already here, Prague has to take on d5, which...
Well, he doesn't have to. I feel like h6 is a very thematic move for this variation, which is a good thing for Hikaru. Because it means, okay, Prague has 2 choices, and it's not clear which choice is better, but the computer says one choice is way better than the other. And I think what's very important to understand here is that Prague, he studied these lines a lot, right? So he is booked up like crazy. Like he studied the computer's recommendations. He didn't study this line because the computer says A3 is a huge mistake. When your opponent plays a huge mistake, you're pretty much by definition out of prep because you don't study the moves where the computer says, well, if your opponent does this, you're going to win the game. You don't give much attention to that because there are so many acceptable moves you could play that
actually
you have
not,
to study
right?
instead.
That's the whole point, not in this position. Right?
Well,
I mean, d4 was the only, instead of a3, right?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, but for Hikaru, sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
but Prague, it means Prague only studied this move.
Yeah.
He didn't study the alternatives.
And let's take a look maybe at what happens if Prague does decide to play h6 here.
Yeah. So h6 is fairly likely to happen for the reason that if Hikaru had played the correct move pawn to d4, then h6 is correct. This is the only acceptable move for black, in fact, strangely enough. So it's a very thematic move for this variation. So we could definitely see him playing this. One problem, though, is that after pawn takes in the center, pawn takes knight, the disadvantage of pushing this pawn up is that when the bishop now comes into play, that bishop captures a black pawn in the process. So that might make Pragnananda look in a different direction.
I think also to find some positives, I think Prague is going to be spending a lot of time right now because he knows his position is borderline winning, but he also knows the path might be narrow, it's not like every move is winning. So when you're black, you really don't want to mess up because you studied this position, you know that d4 was the only move. So by process, you know that a3 is bad, you're doing well, but you need to, as Jan Ludwig said, now figure it out by yourself. You don't have any idea of what the computer said here, So what do we think? We looked at h6, we looked at the best move.
I think he's gonna figure it out. I think he's gonna take on d5. And after takes back, the knight has to retreat. Interestingly, moving the knight forward, then f4 actually saves the white knight. So he's not going to consider that. He's going to find the right move, which is to step back.
Well, so I didn't even understand. Because the knight doesn't have anywhere to go to after e5. If it goes to g6,
no, because this pawn is threatening both the knight and the attacking pawn at the same time. So you can't.
That's easier.
You can't both rescue your own knight and rescue the.
But you can't even. You don't have even if we couldn't take on g5, it would still. I think my point still stands. Even if I didn't see, I'll admit I just didn't see that because the knight doesn't have anywhere to go, right? If it goes back to d7, we can go knight f5. I can go there. Here. No, okay. I take it all back. Let's pretend the last 30 seconds. You kind of need to have that,
yeah.
Let's pretend the last 30 seconds never happened.
Anyway, Yeah, so I do think Prague is going to find this, and he's going to find this. And then it becomes a difficult decision for Hikaru. Because now Hikaru has to choose between giving up this bishop, but then getting 2 pawns in trade for this bishop. Yeah, and that's probably not going to happen. So Hikaru is going to find this move. That's fine. Prague is going to find this. Hikaru is going to move up here. Prague is going to play here. I think we're going to reach this position, and I think this is very good for black. But in particular, this bishop is a problem. So Hikaru could do something like create this pawn chain, which massively restricts the options for this bishop. The bishop is not going to get trapped, but it's going to struggle to influence the game in a good way. So I feel like this is very likely to happen when Hikaru is in big trouble. But it's not over yet, in particular because of this. Okay, no. Okay, Hikaru instead. So the trade was made in the center. Prague did go back. Now the knight is trapped. And instead of using the bishop to capture in the center, Hikaru used the pawn. Which I think makes a lot of sense because that bishop was exposed in the center anyway. The problem is now we're not as convincingly going to build those pawns to restrict this guy. After takes, Hikaru goes bishop here. And now once again, if the rook moves, which is a very natural move since the rook is under attack. Oh, actually, wow. So apparently now it's acceptable to move the rook,
Because
but
we
it
had
wasn't.
queen a4 earlier somehow, and
Somehow that was significant.
the pawn wasn't in the way.
I must admit, I don't really understand why this is easily winning for black and why this was okay for white. That is, yeah, I don't get that.
Because you can take on h4 and black can't recapture.
That's kind of the case anyway, right? Ah, but oh yeah, okay. But also like bishop f3 here is acceptable, says the computer.
Yeah, but the queen can join the game, right? In the other line, it can't.
Yeah, but like such a big difference. I don't know.
Mm.
Anyway, so bishop h6 on the board, and Pragnananda once again thinking.
So what's the material? So we have two. No, we have only one pawn.
Yeah.
One pawn for the piece. And is there anything with the queen coming to d4? Like if rook e8, queen d4?
I mean, there's pawn to f6 though. Like just immediately blocking the queen's intention of attacking the king.
Okay, and if we take
And
on
now you can
h4 and
take
we
on
open the
h4
g
and
file,
then go for this rook here. Yeah, that seems okay. Well, not okay, of course, but
looks like
like we're doing something. Like we're making some threats.
Yeah.
That's the key. Make the opponent nervous.
I see the chat is saying Prague is looking at h3, which I think
that
is the
seems
top
like
engine.
a fair move. Okay,
It
he
goes
moves
rook
the
e8.
rook. So moving the rook is probably a mistake on account of that queen coming up and then capturing the pawn. I mean, he's still going to be up a piece. There's also a certain pressure to the fact that you're up a piece. It's like everyone is watching, and if I don't win this now after my opponent made this ridiculous blunder, then I'm going to look so dumb. Like, I don't know if this is true for all players, but in my very limited mental control of on the chessboard. I could easily see myself starting to think in those terms.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Prague, there is some pressure on him because he knows he's winning. He knows chances like the one he's getting in this game don't come along very often at all. I mean, even in a lifetime, that such a strong opponent would make such a big blunder straight out of the opening is very rare. So I think he will be feeling that pressure. I think the key is that Hikaru needs to find some counterplay somewhere. I don't
Yeah.
think this position is about finding the best moves necessarily for Hikaru, even though I think G takes H4 is actually the top computer top recommendation. But it's about creating some counterplay on the G file, putting some pressure on Prague, saying, okay, I'm gonna attack you with all I have. Sometimes facing these desperado attacks can be quite unpleasant. So what happens if Black just recaptures? What's
Yeah,
the
I don't know why Prague is thinking even. Why not just take back? Because then you also get to attack this bishop, and that bishop is one of the best attacking pieces Hikaru has. Ooh, actually, ooh, wow. You gotta be careful about this. That's a nasty double attack. But you do have the pressure against the bishop. So I guess here you block. Hikaru takes, you take, Hikaru takes. How many pawns is it now? The problem is, if Hikaru loses his bishop, he has absolutely no control of the dark squares.
the
And
problem is also I'm
his
worried that
bishop is kind
suddenly
of
Prague is
blocked.
gonna be able to use the G file here. I'm really worried about the position of our bishop.
Yeah.
But maybe this isn't so
How many pawns is this?
two
One,
two
two,
pawns.
2 pawns. The problem is not only is it 2 pawns, but it's kind of like black managed to coordinate their forces, right? It's better to be up, well, down. It's better to only have 1 pawn, but have some pressure against the king, rather than being having 2 pawns for the piece. When it's 2 pawns is still clearly insufficient. But you also then kind of lose the initiative in the game.
Okay, if Prague is still thinking, what do you think he's considering?
I mean,
I'm
the
really
only real alternative would be moving the knight or the bishop, both of which protects against this threat. However, if you do like move your knight here, Hikaru can use the bishop, attack the queen, pawn blocks, bishop moves again, and then this guy is safe. Although we just made a big speech
Mhm.
about not necessarily caring about the number of pawns, but we do care about the black bishop, black queen contributing in the defense. So it's not so much about this pawn being captured, more so about the queen helping out the king. Prague is really spending his time, huh?
I mean, he's down to 11 minutes already, which is crazy. I think Prague is really nervous now. I
Yeah.
think that's the best chance for Hikaru is that Prague cannot hold his nerve. Because to spend so long here on when you have an obvious recapture is, I mean, it's bizarre.
It's very, very strange.
And Prague does look, I mean, Hikaru looks honestly quite dejected, but Prague looks, and I think Hikaru has that experience. He has so much more experience than Prague. Hikaru knows, of course, there is no doubt about it that his position is lost, but he also knows that, Prague will be feeling that stress of having to prove, that it's an easy win. Or that it's
How do
a
you feel about the chess vocabulary saying in past tense the position is lost as opposed to the position is losing?
position, the past tense.
You said now
Yeah.
that the position is lost.
Yeah.
And grammatically, that is just not okay.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Uh,
I mean, you can say, I
that
don't
is
think.
okay? Okay. Okay. Non-English speaker. I thought it's weird using the past tense together with is, which is very much present tense.
Now you have me confused, but I mean, I'll use.
Surely it's losing till it's lost. No, that's the key. In chess terminology, you're lost when you're losing, which is very strange. And it's the same thing in Norwegian. In Norwegian, you have a losing. No, wait.
Lost isn't it? What is chat saying?
Jon Ludwig grammar. That's one of the best badges of honor I've ever gotten. You better believe I am the grammar police. But apparently I should stick to my own native language.
Focus on the analysis, man.
I don't know. I thought this was more upbeat. We needed a change of energy.
Okay, so Hikaru quickly played.
Yeah, Hikaru played Queen C1, which I like because it protects the bishop. And this bishop is like the only threatening piece we have around the black king. F6 was the top computer choice. I guess he's just wanting to take control of the g5 square to make sure that the bishop cannot attack the queen. And now, I don't know if Hikaru needs to think about this one. Like king h1. There's no other move that could possibly be acceptable, right?
Other than king h1.
Yeah. Because, like you said, you need to get the rook on the g file.
The problem is we'll need to spend one more time, right, to defend f2. No? That pawn
No,
can't be taken?
we don't care about such pawns.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and king h1 on the board.
The problem is, now Prague. Ooh, king h1, knight d7. Ah, okay, he's coming for the g4 square. That's actually pretty good. So if we go rook g1, threatening down here, Prague is just going to ignore our threats. If we move the bishop, he can just move the knight to block. But that's not such a bad thing. Hikaru instead
didn't go rook g1.
Yeah, he moves the bishop back. So now the bishop is going to protect the king, and then we'll advance the pawns.
Okay, I think as long as black's pieces are not all out, you know, as long as the bishop's still on c8 and the rook on a8. But knight e5 looks like a natural move. So let's see, knight e5.
Well, the thing is, even though he consistently has natural moves, Pragnananda insists on spending like a minute per move. And he can only do that for another 7 moves. 8 moves, maybe. So if the status hasn't changed, if Hikaru still like has a very bad but not completely kind of obvious position in 8 moves, then this could get interesting, because Pragnananda, if he has less than a minute on the clock, that's gonna give him stress at a whole other level than the rather high stress level he's already feeling. And like knight to e5 was a completely obvious move, and despite that, he spent over a minute and a half.
Yeah, now the question what is Hikaru going to do? So you think he's gonna drop the bishop back and start pushing the pawns?
Yeah, for sure. The problem is that's very easy to anticipate. So when this bishop drops back, Prague is probably going to play rather instantly.
Okay, so let's have a look. Queen h5. And can we go f4?
Now this knight also threatening down towards our king. We lost a piece, but still it's black with the attacking chances on account of the queen being in an active position.
Can we not somehow play, I don't know, I had in mind bishop f3, e3, queen d1, but even then, I mean, yeah, it's way too slow.
Like
No.
we're lacking the additional pressure here.
Yeah.
Like we can block this bishop with our pawn, but the rook is going to help out anyway. And yeah, this happened. Bishop back happened, and Prague for once didn't spend any time. Okay, rook g1. That's a better move from Hikaru. He can't really go pawn to f4 because that allows the knight this amazing square. So this pawn needs to stay back. Well, it can go one step forward to just control to control some squares. But the problem is if you go one step forward, then your bishop is miserable behind all these white pawns.
What would, okay, no, Prague has to move the king. Yeah, move like bishop d7 just loses because of,
Oh, does it?
I don't know.
Oh, it does.
Because now the
Capture.
bishop is hanging, actually, yeah.
Capture, and then bishop here attacks the bishop, attacks
No, but
the
here
king.
you missed bishop f3, or no?
Oh, bishop f3, also good. Attacks the queen, attacks the king. So Pragnananda, scared of what this rook could accomplish, pointing down on the king, he plays knight g6. But now it's rather tempting for Hikaru to go f4.
Now that there's no knight g4 any longer.
Yeah. But there's a different piece that can use this g4 square.
Okay, f5?
Yeah, f5. Yeah, good move. Attacking the knight, I thought maybe the knight returns to the center of the board, but then after the captures, bishop up, and we have this pressure. The bishop cannot move because then the king will be in check, but at the same time, if the bishop doesn't move, it's going to get captured. I mean, we're finding some tricks, but
We're finding some, and f4 is on the board. I think
it's not
the best chance by far.
Not the most complicated of tricks, unfortunately. But now, for instance, bishop b6, very natural move, attacking the rook. Just 100% sure Hikaru here will play queen c3. And he's like, you be my guest, you take my rook. I just replace it with my other rook, and suddenly I have access to some weaknesses in your camp. Hikaru would love to get this situation sacrificing the rook, because even though he's even more material down, there's now way more things to watch out for Pragnananda, which will burn his clock.
And he does go bishop e6, actually.
Okay, so bishop hoping to move the rook. So what Pragnananda is hoping here is essentially that the rook has to move so that the rook will no longer point down towards the black king. But Hikaru is not going to do that. And I'm pretty sure he's going to play the queen up because he wants to have this other rook defending. No, Hikaru goes e3. Okay, he's not a madman just yet.
So what, I guess he wants queen c3 on the next move?
Yeah, or this f5 move, I guess we discussed. Trying to dislodge the knight. Like, what happens if the king moves? Yeah, it's still just good for him.
Let's see. I think
We would
his
love to
he's
have some natural moves that could actually be bad. King f7 was played by Pragnananda.
and
And
Hikaru
wow,
instantly.
Hikaru decides this is the moment. It's now or never. We're gonna make this king uncomfortable. And if Prague takes back. If Prague takes here, then Hikaru probably wants this move to open up for his bishop to get involved. But you can always just block with your own bishop. This is like the last ditch attempt, but it's not gonna work. Yeah, Pragnananda does take. Hikaru takes back. Prague captures with the knight. Hikaru kind of has to go this d6. No?
He goes queen c3.
Okay, so he's trying to get this last piece into the attack. Knight g4 now is just instantly over. Because number one, it threatens a very cute checkmate. If we just try to protect this guy, then the queen can sacrifice itself for a smothered mate. Always like to see smothered mates, but maybe not today. And if the rook comes over to protect this square, then the black rook comes in, attacks the queen and the bishop.
Okay, so anything but knight g4 to keep the game going here.
Well,
Okay,
probably bishop h3 is also good.
That's what he goes for.
Just trying to get your pieces into play and trade off Hikaru's pieces. So I guess Hikaru's going to move his rook over to have that rook pointing down on the king.
Yeah, that's what he does.
And now, if Prague takes the bishop, then Hikaru gets to recapture, and then potentially we can have two rooks pointing down on the black king. Actually, we can't, because then the knight comes here and takes control. But then we have this capture. Ooh, but
With
we
some
lose.
tricks.
Yeah, there's some tricks. Definitely some tricks. But in the end, it's okay for black.
Okay,
Prague
4.5
does make the
minutes for
trade.
Prague.
Yeah, we would have really liked to see him even lower on the clock than that. 4.5
I mean,
minutes is a bit too much.
you have to say also kudos to Prague. Until now, you know, he has not really given Hikaru any chance to fight back. He's held his nerve so far, but it's not too late yet. Prague. Just a little, give us a little something. I mean, here, not knight g4. What is any other move? Any other move than knight g4?
Rook here seems rather natural. Get the rook in from the edge of the board. And computer initially hates that move for black. But the more the computer thinks about it, the more it says it's okay. It's not the news we wanted to see.
No.
Also, it did seem like Prague was reaching for his knight, which is also bad.
Yeah, knight g4 on the board.
So the threat is rook takes pawn. Can we do something to make that? What happens on d6? So now if rook takes pawn, we can give a check. And then we capture this one.
Okay.
And suddenly it's okay.
Okay. So d6.
If he takes here to do the double attack, then we have an instant checkmate. With the queen and bishop and rook all working together to make it happen. But probably Prague is just going to take this guy. And then we have absolutely nothing. We just have the same problems of something happening on the e3 square on the next move.
Oh, this is tough. So d6 is one attempt. Did you not try bishop takes c7
Yeah,
earlier?
we kind of tried this earlier. And it's probably the best attempt. Because if the rook comes in to try and attack against the bishop and against the queen, then we go pawn to d6. And at least we have this pawn running up the board, making Prague a little bit nervous. That being said, the pawn making Prague nervous can be captured here because the queen doesn't need to keep the protection of the knight because the queen now creates a pin. The rook cannot capture the undefended knight because that would leave the white king in check afterwards. I don't have any good news, Fiona.
Yeah, I think maybe he will try d6. I mean, the problem is that c takes d6 is just...
I think maybe he'll play e4 and somehow lure this rook out and then attack with the queen. Then the other rook is coming in. There's no good moves here.
No.
And also look at Hikaru shaking his head. What a devastating way to have this match start. The match is not over. There's another game. But the problem is Hikaru's going to have the black pieces. And winning on demand with black is going to be a very, very difficult task. That being said, I feel like his energy is going to be very vengeful.
Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, looking at just this match between the two, out of the 3 games we've seen, by far the best position Hikaru got was with the black pieces yesterday. And I think, you know, it's a rapid tournament. There will be a lot of pressure on Prague after such a, you know, if he wins this, I mean, it will have just been, you know, one-way traffic if Hikaru blundered in the opening and Prague didn't give him a chance to come back. But then you feel like, okay, I really have to end this here, you know, I'm white now. I don't think Hikaru's chances in game 2 will be so low, actually. I think we'll get a fighting. I think he just needs to get a game, you know?
Yeah. So what would you want to give a percentage? 20% chance?
Make it
30?
30. 30.
40?
40.
30?
Make it 80. No, I think, yeah, 30, 40 in that range.
I think the most challenging thing though is letting go of this one. Like this game, losing with the white pieces without even playing a game, like Hikaru lost. He made one bad move and that was the end of it. Like Hikaru made more bad moves in the classical games than in this rapid game. But this is the one he loses because that one bad move was so horrific. So I guess what I'm trying to say, he didn't really play chess here. And that can either be kind of a relief that you say, well, he didn't really beat me, I beat myself. Or it can be like, how am I beating myself? Why am I making it so easy for my opponent? You can both kind of gain energy and drain your energy based on, you know, your mentality and your personality. So I hope he manages to kind of focus on the good thing, which is that Pragnananda didn't really win this game. It was Hikaru who lost it, and then focus on, well, it's not clear he's playing amazing chess. I definitely can beat him with the black pieces. So let's go and play some.
I mean,
some very
Hikaru is
aggressive
the
stuff.
stronger player, right? Especially in the faster time controls. And someone was asking in the chat, is there a difference playing black pieces versus white pieces? Basically, the higher the level in chess, I would say the bigger a difference it makes. Why is that? It's very simple, because white is the first to move. So white has what we call an extra tempo. So that's why I feel, you know, at a lot of levels, if you're just starting out, if you're a club, I feel there's a lot of levels where it doesn't make such a big difference. Even at my level, it doesn't make anywhere near as big a difference, I feel, as it does here. But I feel Hikaru will just need to get an opening where he can keep the pieces on the board, try and step out of any prep, you know, as soon as possible. Just play maybe something slightly more offbeat, and then just play a game and say, okay, I'm the stronger player and I'm gonna try and outplay you despite having the black pieces.
And Prague, of course, going to be very nervy.
Mm-hmm.
He's nervy now, but he's coping well with it. But for the last game, when he knows, if I don't make it through now, it's all on me. I had the white pieces, only needed a draw. That's gonna be. I mean, of course, he has excellent chances to make it through, but there's gonna be some pressure on him to actually complete the gift that he was given here.
Double Shiva is asking, is Prague already thinking about which drawish variation to use? Absolutely not. I can tell you Prague's focus is 100% on just winning this game on hand. At hand. This game right now.
Yeah, Prague is perfectly aware of Hikaru's reputation online of just drawing and even winning positions he had no business getting anything out of. So he is very attentive to the fact that even though he's up at this point, a knight and 2 pawns, a very significant amount of material. I don't think he's taking it for granted. You can also tell from the fact that he's spending like 5-10 seconds per move. Like he's double checking. I have this policy of, as long as your opponent is not responding instantly, it's okay not to resign. Because if they're thinking for 10 seconds on a move, it means that they are not 100% sure that they're gonna win, no matter what.
Yeah, and here Prague just played b6. Is everything under control, or everything is under control?
Queen defense here, pawns defending each other over here. The rooks are nicely placed on the e file. We have this rook pointing down towards the king, but the king has a pawn in front of it and a knight protecting as well. And Hikaru is trying to kind of get in at the king, but moving the rook up should be plenty sufficient. Moving the bishop back was enough also for Prague to get Hikaru to resign. And Hikaru just, Hikaru just saying to Prague that I forgot my opening. And Prague was aware of that. And it's going to be a challenging one to come back from.
It's going to be time now. Hikaru has over half an hour. I think the next game is scheduled to start in 38 minutes from now. And during that time, it will be very important for Hikaru that he just, you know, forgets about this game and just focuses on the next one. You know, he knows it, but it will be, he will be, I think, angry in a way. I think it's just a question, will it be good anger or bad? You need to channel your anger in a good way, basically.
Yeah. I switched over to the Magnus Carlsen game, and Magnus is playing with the white pieces. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened either.
Were they supposed to switch but didn't switch in Hikaru's game? Can the higher rated player choose to start with white?
No, I mean, they always...
Is there a mistake in the relay? I'm very confused.
Yeah, I mean...
Magnus had white yesterday. Hikaru had black yesterday.
No, although, for example, Swidler and Abesov also changed colors.
What is going on, Fiona?
Some people are changing colors and others are not. I am confused. I don't have the answer. I do not have the answer.
It's random? Is it random though? They draw lots after the game? Okay.
Okay, then it makes more sense.
Then it makes sense. Fine. But interestingly, speaking to the Norwegian broadcasts during the Champions Chess Tour, Magnus says he prefers starting with white. Because he wants to try and get that first win and put pressure. That being said, here with the white pieces, Kamer down to less than a minute on the clock, but his plan moving forward is the most straightforward thing you've ever seen. And if anyone is in risk of losing, it's actually Magnus. Because even though Magnus is up 2 pawns, the black pawn is closer to becoming a new queen. And I can tell you a queen versus 2 pawns is no contest at all. So Magnus needs to, I think he needs to abandon his 2 pawns here and just focus on getting this one to becoming a new queen. So I think Magnus will have to sacrifice his rook somehow. And then probably something like this will be a draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Magnus, I felt I read in the chat much earlier Magnus is winning. Was Magnus winning somewhere?
Well, probably he was, but the guy is playing very quickly. Wow. Wow. Oh, he was just completely winning.
Very rare to
Yeah, no, this is not like Magnus, yeah. He was simply up a pawn. And then this was a big blunder because it allowed the black king to return. I used to make this comment that everyone said, oh, Magnus is so good at endgames. And I'm like, he's very good at the middle game so that he's always up a pawn in the endgame. It helps always being a pawn up in your endgames. But here he was a pawn up and he didn't even manage to win it. That's going to be, he's going to be a bit upset about that, I would think.
For sure.
But at least he's going to make a draw.
But what a weird day so far. Meanwhile, I mean, we'll stay here. Let me quickly tell you what's been happening elsewhere. Ivanchuk seems to be pressing against Sanel. Wang Hao against Rasmus Van is still going on. Looks even. Salem looks to be winning against Vocaturo. Maybe a small upset. Parham Maghsoodloo once again has a close to winning advantage against Duda.
Well, we've seen that before, haven't we?
Yeah, but this time a lot more pieces on the board. So it's not like a risk ending with an only winning move.
Yeah, fair enough.
And here, well, rook h4, I think, will happen, or rook g4 first, but it will all lead to the same.
Yeah, Magnus going to have to give up the rook to prevent the pawn from becoming a new queen. And then this guy is going to save the day for him. Despite being down a rook, he's going to be okay with the pawn advancing.
What do you think that Hikaru, we know that his room is very close to the venue, right? Just judging from the fact how quickly he's gotten back to us for interviews. So he's probably gone back to his room. We know that Chris Littlejohn is there with him. What do you think is happening in TeamGMHikaru right now?
It's very, I think, okay, so what happened here is that Kamer, he tried to kind of sacrifice his rook to lure the white rook out of position, but Magnus wasn't having it. And yeah, let's just complete this game.
Yeah.
Because actually,
Black
because
still
Magnus
needs to
has
be a
this
little
pawn,
bit careful.
Yeah. So Black needs to actually run the king over to take this guy. Kmart only has 20 seconds left. I think his task is pretty easy though. I think it's just get the rook back and then start running with the king. Or running with the king and then get the rook back. Same thing. He has an option here of moving the rook here or here. Okay, he goes here, fair enough. And now he moves his king over. So he's going to allow Magnus to queen the pawn, but then he's going to have his king in position to take the last one. Yeah, so a draw in the first one for Magnus. And wow, Magnus even helping Kamer take the pawn just to get the game over with. You were saying about what's happening in Team
Parham.
Hikaru.
Yeah, maybe we put up Parham's just position and then we can discuss.
I think it's very tricky knowing the right way to deal with a player that has just had a major disappointment. And I have many friends who are chess players. And when they lose, it's like, how do you console a chess player who's just lost? It's pretty much an impossible task. And I've been trying to tell my parents why I feel like have been terrible at coping with my outbursts of rage. Actually, my mom has been pretty good. She's developed this strategy of just being a punching bag, but rather she holds up a pillow and then I just punch the pillow. I think
I
that's
can't
pretty
tell
cute.
if you're joking or if
No,
you're serious.
definitely not joking. But that's pretty cute, and that is trying to be
Was that when
constructive
you were
and
young
helpful.
or even to this day?
Well, my mom doesn't come with me to tournaments a lot these days. But I once played against Hikaru in France, and my mom came with me for that tournament. And yeah, let's just say that I lost and felt like I didn't necessarily deserve to lose, and that pillow got a bit of a punching.
Hammering.
Precisely, yes. Um, but yeah, my dad always just tries to console, and he's like, "Oh, but you were winning, so you're playing good." And I'm like, "I know I was winning. That's why I'm upset." So he never really got the hang of it. But in that, I also I assume that other chess players are pretty similar to me in that consoling never really works. So the
Yeah.
best thing is probably just to move on. So I think well, Chris, like you said, knows Hikaru very well. They've been traveling together for 10 years, so he will
Hmm.
know how best to cope with Hikaru's frustrations. But personally, I think just move on to the next one. Like
Yeah, I think
this
that,
first game, it wasn't playing poorly. It was
yeah.
just not remembering the prep. It happens. Move on. What can we do with the black pieces?
I think that's the only, like, I think that's the only good thing about how Hikaru lost is that I think, if it had been a long game and suddenly Prague outplayed him somewhere or he made a small mistake, lost a pawn somewhere on move 50 by some stupid move, I think those are much more difficult to bounce back from here. It's just like, yeah, I messed up. I forgot the move in the opening and I never got a game. And yeah, it's upsetting, but I feel in a way it will be less upsetting. So anyway, he just needs to find whatever works for him and just look forward to the next one. What's done is done, and game 2 will start in half an hour. He will be in a must-win situation to stay in the tournament. We'll see what happens then. For now, let's see what's going on here in this Parham Duda game.
Yeah, so we've had it in the background now for a while, but essentially the only thing that's happening is the guys are moving around their queens. I'm not sure any piece other than the queen has been moved for the duration of which we looked at this. White has a knight on g7 protected by a pawn, very close to the black king, so that's dangerous. But it's not entirely clear how to proceed from that. Pawn to a3. So now Duda needs to keep his queen here because this queen needs to protect all of these squares with the black pieces being with the white pieces being ready to take action. So Duda then moves the rook instead. Yeah, I'm not sure Magsudulu is gonna be able to win this. Both players at 1 minute as well, and it seems like he's just moving around, not making much progress. So
We'll
I'm
see.
gonna
Yeah.
jump to the Nepomniachtchi Sarin game, where Nepomniachtchi has a rook. Ah, but Sarin has a passed pawn, but that passed pawn is not going to matter much now because the bishop is under attack, and the bishop cannot move because then the queen will be lost. But what about if the pawn moves? Ah, you can't move the pawn. If the pawn moves, the queen actually had that under control as well. Nepomniachtchi is going to take down Nihal Sarin.
And this game, okay,
Queen
it is over
G1,
now.
it's over because here Nihal realized that he was going to get checkmated on the open board.
And go back around 10 moves here or something, because I had a quick look at this game. So on move 40, if you go to move 43, yeah, somewhere there. So, I mean, I'll just let you take it away from here because crazy
Yeah.
things are about to happen.
So white was up a knight, but Sarin had 2 pawns for the knight, and the white king was a bit uncomfortable. Nepomniachtchi chooses not to rescue the knight that had the pressure of the rook and queen against it because he judged that trading off pieces would be in his favor. With the king stepping back, suddenly computer says winning. Wow, winning because the king is trying to escape over to the queen side because there are still some white pawns left. But it gave black the opportunity to give a check. When the king tries to escape, the bishop comes in, attacking the queen, fair enough. But not only is it attacking the queen, it's also supporting the queen, the black queen, in giving the checkmate.
And I think this is a
In
perfect
the corner.
example of what I was saying ago. I think if you're Nihal and you lose like that, that is way more difficult, a way more painful way. I mean, looking at this, honestly, I thought it was going to be a difficult win that he missed, but it's really simple. I mean, if you show Nihal this position, you know, just like that, he will spot Queen E1 in a second. It's really not very difficult, right?
Yeah, and the funny thing is he tried the same plan. He played queen f4 check with the idea of playing bishop e4. And it's like you could have played that same idea, just having your queen in a better position to attack the white king. So he had the right idea, but the wrong execution.
And even after that, he brought it back to a draw again. If you just go forward, somehow here Jan started checking.
So Nihal is going for the checkmate in the corner. Ah, and maybe this is what he missed. Like maybe he thought he went for this because he thought he was securing himself a draw. But here, queen check, king has to move, and then queen takes pawn. The idea is that this pawn is actually a huge contributor in black's attack because it takes away the escape square for the king. So by eliminating that pawn, the king would not be checkmated with the queen stepping into the corner, and that would have been it. When Nepomniachtchi instead captured the pawn, Nihal was okay for a moment. Here, computer says he has to step up. Why? Why is that important? Ah, he needed to step up because when he steps down, the queen gets the f6 square with check, and the f6 square also helps the queen contribute down into defense. So here, rook c4, he manages to move his rook so that the queen controls into the corner, making sure that the black queen cannot give a checkmate. That was easier. Like, wow. That was even easier than the one we had earlier. Like, don't allow the queen to help defend. Wait, but rook, king up, queen gives check. Apparently here you have to go g5, which allows the queen to come to f6 anyway. What is the big difference here? Oh, wow. Okay, so apparently this is okay for black because now these two pawns are protecting each other and there's no rook takes and checks the king. Okay, I don't know. I think it was very difficult. And Nihal had less than a minute for all of this, but it just goes
No,
to
this
show
was
that
difficult. I think Queen E1 wasn't difficult. That like finding this, huh?
yeah, maybe. I mean, I just don't see anything, so I can't really relate.
Let's go back to Parham. That game is still going, but Parham might now suddenly be in some trouble.
Wow. That's surprising. Where did his pawn go? Parham had a pawn here.
It's
Oh,
gone.
bye pawn. Parham trying to capture the pawn on a4. He got stung by his own pawn being captured. And Parham thought, okay, I'll try to get a new queen over here, but Duda is doing a good job of using his pawns and pieces also to try and create an attack against the white king. And both players are less than 20 seconds on the clock.
These games are so intense. What do you think? Do you think it will be a draw now, or do you think we're gonna see more mistakes here?
Oh, we're definitely going to see more mistakes, but that doesn't rule out the possibility of a draw.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I think Maksudlu might still win this. Like rook here and then queen here is just over, right? And now queen d6 is winning.
Wow, what is Queen D6?
Queen d6 is wild, but Maksudlu is a wild player, so I wouldn't put
But
it
I
past
don't
him.
even understand, how does Queen D6 make sense?
Oh, it just gets a new queen.
Oh, you can't stop me. Did he find it? No. No.
They're going for a repetition. Might be a fair result, considering
Okay, but he
everything
has
that's
another
happened.
chance to find Queen D6.
I mean, surely not.
Never say never, Hammer.
I didn't. I said surely not. Yeah.
No, I think you are correct. I think a draw will be agreed here.
Oh, actually, after king g7, if he repeats again, then computer says queen h4 is winning. Because then after takes, there's the check. That's honestly a much easier tactic. Ooh, and Duda spots it. Duda realizes that he made... Wow, look at this. The check against the king. The king moved here, but that was a losing move. Maksudlu missed it in the first instance, but Duda saw it on the second one. So now Duda moves the king back. And now Maksudlu finds queen d6. If he had played it on the previous move, that would have been a win. And now instead he plays it out of desperation to avoid losing the game. And this is still ongoing.
And he might be winning again. He will get a new queen.
No, he's not going to get a new queen.
Well,
knight takes d4.
what I mean is that black will have to give up the rook and then he'll still have the a pawn.
No, knight takes d4 you have to take back. If you take the queen, you lose the endgame. Oh, he goes king f7 instead. What is king f7? He just allowed white to queen the pawn instantly. He just can't stop the pawn. What is this? It's a ridiculous mistake from Duda, not realizing that his king is just not in time to stop the pawn, and it's game over. Maksudlu wins it. But yeah, stuff happened. Stuff happened.
What a game. What an absolute...
Imagine Maksudlu finding queen d6 in the instant. It should have been a draw, not a win.
So, Maksudlu, I think Duda, much like Nihal, will be absolutely disgusted going into. That's the defending champ, by the way. Duda won the last World Cup. He will also be in a must-win situation. He will have the white pieces, though. I think there's only one more game running. Let's go to Ivanchuk against Sanal.
Yeah, Ivanchuk up a pawn. but compared to the other games, this is pretty calm.
The
Basically,
only one I've got, sorry, on Ludwig.
yeah, the best thing Ivanchuk can hope for is a rook and bishop versus rook. I don't think there's any chance that Sanal is going to allow that to happen. Oh, wow. Very sneaky move. I thought, what the heck is going on? He just blundered everything. Because now bishop takes knight. The bishop protects the rook. And if the rooks are traded, the bishop saves itself. But very sneakily, if bishop takes knight, then the rook saves itself by giving a check. And then you take the bishop. And it's okay for black in that instance. But Ivanchuk plays king g3, and now there was a threat of taking the knight. That would have been game over. But the knight moves and puts a check on the king. King moves. Now knight c5, very tempting because you're gonna have a massive fork here. And yeah, that's gonna be it. No, it's not over just yet, because if you go knight e6, that's actually losing on account of the rook coming in, checking the king, forcing the king back, and then you can capture the knight thereafter. Okay. So maybe this knight move wasn't that good after all. So what do you do then? Attack the bishop. Fair enough.
And now it's just a draw, right?
Actually, the king is in front of the pawn. So you can't make the trade. Maybe you can go like rook d2, try and force the pawn forward. So rook d2. If the pawn moves up, then you can make the trade. Because the key
he's
here.
made the trade. Let's go back to the.
Well, he made one trade. One trade.
Ah.
Big difference.
No, so I thought that's what you meant. I thought that this.
If he makes the second trade, then this is winning, because when you have your king in front of the pawn, you win. It doesn't matter. Well, the opposition does matter, but white has that extra move you need to keep the opposition, and you can do this standard way of getting the pawn up. Anyway, that didn't happen, and now they agreed to a draw.
Okay, so that concludes the first round of 25 plus 10 games. The next games will start in 14 minutes from now. Yeah, so 14 minutes from now. So I'm quickly going to tell you the results from this round, and then we'll go on a break. So we saw a draw between Carlsen and Kamer. We saw the draw between Ivanchuk and Sanal. Wang Hao against Rasmus Fane was a draw. Yasipenko against Gukesh was a draw. Abasov against Swidler was a draw. Vocaturo lost as white to Salem. Nepo, we saw that. What a shocking game. I mean, what an up and down game that was. Nepo beat Nihal. And Magzulu, we saw beat Duda. Dominguez Wojtaszek was a draw. And that is it. Unfortunately, Hikaru, as we all know, lost the first game against Prague. He will have to come back now in game 2 with the black pieces. So that starts 13 minutes from now. We're going to go on a break, and then we'll be back. We'll be needing all of your energy in chat to push behind Hikaru to get a win with the black pieces. So we'll catch you then. Welcome back. This is game 2. Hikaru unfortunately lost with the white pieces in game 1. So this is it. We need a win here or Hikaru is out of the World Cup. We see the players are back at the board. Jon Ludwig, what do you think this game will look like?
It's difficult to predict. I expect Hikaru to want to play an opening that keeps a lot of pieces on the board. If he manages to get a decent enough opening, then he's going to feel much more comfortable. But right now, I think he's a little nervous that there's something he hasn't thought about, or that he the variation he's chosen. He might need that Pragnananda is unaware of that variation, or that he doesn't like have good drawing prep against it. In general, when you prepare white openings, you try and see how you can win. But these days, with knockout formats becoming more and more popular, I think top players will focus quite a bit of prep time on how to play as boring as possible with the white pieces. And Pragnananda has participated in a lot of the Champions Chess Tour tournaments, which means that he might have already spent some time thinking, how can I make a draw if I want to do that with the white pieces? And he goes e4. I think this is a good decision by him, because against e4, there's basically only two ways of playing for the win. Either it's the Najdorf or the modern. And Hikaru goes for the modern, which is an opening where you don't really put your pieces into the center, your pawns into the center early on, but by not getting the pawns involved, you avoid early trades.
I think to get some positivity into here, I think I remember commentating on the American Cup or whatever the event was called, where Hikaru at some point was in a must-win situation as black against Wesley So, and he got the win with the modern. So it's not Hikaru's first rodeo in this opening.
Yeah, and I'm liking the way he played, because he held back his central control. But once Pragnananda played Queen E2, which sometimes is a precursor to pushing the pawn forward in the middle, then Hikaru played E5 at the right moment. Because now after the trades, since the white queen moved, there's not going to be a trade of queens. So this seems like a pretty good opening choice by Hikaru. He has influence in the center with the pawn, but he has also managed to avoid major theory, and he's managed to avoid like a clear-cut way for white to make trades.
And now I'm curious, what is Hikaru thinking about? I thought he would just castle here, get his king out of the center as well. And yeah, that's what he goes for. And I guess white is just going to continue developing in the normal way here. Maybe rook d1 makes sense, hitting the black queen, taking control over the d file. But I'm with you. I think this is as good as it's gonna get. You have a lot of pieces on the board. You're out of any main theory, and you are going to get a game.
Yeah, very successful opening for Hikaru, given the circumstances. And Pragnananda, this game, he's going to spend a lot of time, but he's going to spend a lot of time without having the security of being up a whole piece. And if he gets as low on time as he did in the first one, well, then it's easier for Hikaru to punish him in a game like this.
Let me ask you something. Since we are in a must-win situation, my style of chess, is it an idea here in the long term to play knight h5, king h8, and f5?
Knight h5, yes, definitely. King h8 and f5, maybe not. In general, Hikaru would very much like to have this knight come up to the f4 square, from where it would attack the queen and also put some pressure in towards the white king. So I guess the problem here is that Pragnananda is never going to let that happen. Actually, Hikaru in this position would have preferred if this knight didn't develop and rather had a positioning further back on the board. Because now after queen e7, Pragnananda is going to play knight to c3, trying to move into the center to make trades with the black knight. In order to stop that, Hikaru would love to play the move c6, but he can't since he developed the knight. So it would actually be beneficial for Hikaru if the knight was in its starting position, but you can't make two moves in a row.
So do you think he might maybe go to e8 instead of e7?
I think that's rather likely, yeah. Because on e8, the difference is that when this knight tries to come up the board, the knight will not be attacking the queen's placement.
But it will be attacking c7.
Yeah, and that might be the reason why moving to e8 is just, it doesn't make that much of a difference because you avoid the queen being attacked, but you then in return allow the pawn on c7 to be attacked instead. Yeah, tricky spot for Hikaru. It's a bit of a weird one when you're actively kind of rooting for your knight not being developed.
Okay, so maybe queen e7 makes more sense after all, and then we need to find something after knight c3. I see the engine is advocating for this knight a5, which makes some sense, right? With the
No,
idea...
knight a5 is a very weird move, but it makes a lot of sense given what we said about we'd rather not have the knight there because we want to push the bishop. The only thing I'm wondering about is that does white need to care about this threat on the bishop? Maybe white goes knight d5 anyway. And in a position like this, you didn't manage to prevent the white knight from coming in and making the trades. And you're also kind of going to have to make this trade opening up. But then you have the bishop pair. So I don't know. Yeah, Hikaru doesn't like it. And I don't blame him. Queen e7 and the knight coming into d5 was a very effective strategy given the circumstances for Pragnananda. So Hikaru plays a bishop d7 instead. And the advantage of this move is that when the queen doesn't move, there's no knight coming in to attack the queen, and there's no knight coming in to attack the pawn. So Hikaru then keeps, he lessens the effect of the knight coming into the d5 square.
So I guess knight c3 anyway makes a lot of sense here for white.
Yeah, and then
how do
Hikaru's
we
gonna
untangle?
go queen c8, I would think. Queen c8, and if the knight comes up, then we can go knight back. We'll just try to keep pieces on the board. Computer's hating it. That's not good. Yeah, no, having to win with the black piece, it's a bit of a nightmare. Okay, computer's saying maybe h6. h6, knight up, and then we can go
And
knight
then there
back.
was no knight bishop g5.
Yeah,
Okay,
maybe,
I think
maybe,
this...
yeah, maybe this.
I mean, the engine loves it for white, but...
Yeah. Well, actually, we can go knight h5. I don't know why I put it back. What did Hikaru do? Hikaru went queen c8. That was my first instinct. But we weren't super impressed with what happened after knight d5.
Okay, let's take another look. Knight d5.
So after knight d5, apparently knight e8 is not good. So if we have to take this one instead, pawn takes. Actually, pawn takes, I thought I was scared about this move. Here, it's right to be scared about that, but here we make the counter threat against the bishop, and then we're okay. And then we're very happy to get this 4 versus 3 situation.
I don't understand here. If bishop
side.
d3, rook e8, why isn't b4 trapping our knight?
Well, there does seem to be something going on. I can tell you're not a King's Indian player.
No, no.
A King's Indian player would be just thrilled beyond belief to have the opportunity to push forward in the center. Yeah, so the conclusion here is that white cannot take with the pawn. It creates too much of an imbalance. So then taking with the bishop is the way you're going to have to go. And then the computer recommends knight d4, which is
I think it's
not...
way more likely Hikaru will go knight d8.
Yeah, no, knight d4 you just can't play because you need to win the game. You can't go for trades. So knight d8, you try and get this knight up to the f4 square. And this is okay. This is okay. This is a game.
Yeah, because if you're white, you need to all the time, maybe not right now, but in the future, be worried about some possible sacrifice on h3.
Yeah, maybe not even in the too distant future either. Like here with the attack on the queen, if the queen moves, boom. Oh, actually, here the bishop got trapped. But say the queen moves back here. Oh, and then we could take this guy. We don't even need to start sacrificing because we got this going on.
And Prague is going into the tank for the first time. We really need Prague to spend some time here.
And the good thing is, if Hikaru manages to win this, he's gonna go through to the next round. Like, number one, then he has momentum in the match. And also, my impression is Hikaru is just so much stronger in the slightly faster time controls. So 25 plus 10 is what we can call slow rapid. They start out with 25 minutes, they get 10 additional seconds per move. It's fairly slow. In the World Rapid Championship, they play 15 plus 10. So that's 10 minutes for each player extra that we're playing here. Whereas if they go to the next round, then 10 minutes and 5 seconds extra per move, that's like fast rapid. There's no ordinary rapid in the World Cup. It's slow rapid and it's fast rapid. Nothing in between. And Hikaru's chances probably increase the
faster the time control.
Pretty
so
much.
Bishop g5 was played by Prague. What happens if we just kick the bishop out?
Oh, this is nasty. Yeah, we can't do that. That's a double attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if we're not losing a pawn, then that's fine. But we are losing a pawn, so that's not fine. But that being said, why can't we just go knight h5? Knight h5, knight d5. We're really not happy with this knight on c6.
Yeah.
This knight on c6 is a tremendous detriment to Hikaru's chances. I was praising his opening. I was like, oh, this is interesting. This knight move I never saw before. And he managed to get some influence in the center. It sounded good, but the problem is this knight is blocking the pawn. And so whenever the knight is here, the pawn cannot go there. And when the pawn cannot go there, there's just this square on d5 that's so juicy for the white pieces to utilize. So maybe Hikaru goes rook. How about rook e8?
To defend the pawn and then move the knight?
Yes. So we defend the pawn, and then we just... Okay, maybe not there. Maybe not there either. Here. When we move the knight back, he can go for the trade. We're going to avoid. He can try and double rooks, sure.
Yeah, but I still think this is, even if,
This is, as long as we're not losing this pawn somehow. Oh, we are losing that pawn. That's why we like to have the knight here. We like to have the knight to protect this guy, but we also don't like him because... Okay, Hikaru does go rook e8.
It would be really nice if Prague played anything other than queen e3, because this bishop coming to h6.
Yeah, that was kind of annoying, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I guess we didn't need to avoid the bishop trade. I wonder how it would be for Hikaru to play a5 at some moment.
Okay, so let's see if queen e3, a5.
I don't think a5 is a good move, but I'm trying to. The standard way of playing when your opponent pushes your pawn like this is you almost always just go with your own pawn to stop black from pushing further on. And then we get to move the knight to a rather useful square, was my idea, since now the white pawn is not in a position to kick the knight out anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe we can play c6. Oh.
Okay, but let's await Prague's next move. And let's hope it's not queen e3. I mean, what's another move that makes sense for Prague?
Rook
Doubling the
d2
rooks on
makes
the...
tons of sense, yeah.
Okay, we have another move.
Ooh, he played knight d5.
d5.
Also looks good. Okay, so the good thing here is that the computer no longer loves white's position. The bad thing is that we're going to have to make the trade. Because if we move away, then we're going to get hit by this pawn at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Which is going to trap our knight. Well, it's not going to trap our knight immediately, but we're going to have to, like, give up this pawn at some point in the future. So we probably got to make the trade. Then Prague takes back with his bishop.
I actually think Hikaru isn't gonna trade.
No, for sure he's going to trade. So now computer wants to go knight d4, but we don't want to trade. But maybe we have to trade. Computer is saying knight d4 is by far the best one. Like by
Okay,
far,
let's
by
have a
far.
look. Is there no, if we make the trade?
Well, there's this a5 move that I kind of mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the computer's number 2 choice. So I feel like maybe this is the moment. And once again, if white plays a4, actually computer wants knight d4 again. Ooh, that's nasty. Oh, there's nasty tactics. The bishop sacrificing itself to overload the queen. The queen wants to recapture the bishop, but then it leaves the defense of the black bishop in the center. Yeah,
Can we go
Hikaru's
back to
gonna
knight
have to
h5 for 1 second?
Yeah.
And if
queen e3. So the problem is white doesn't go g4 immediately. It's just that that idea is in the position throughout. And you can never really get your knight back into play.
okay, so
I
and
guess
if
here
we
you
trade,
have to go knight
if we
d5, d4, then the knight, knight comes
tactics.
in, double attack. Yeah, Hikaru's gonna have to make the trade. He doesn't have a choice. But then he doesn't have to make the next trade.
Can we just see if he makes the next trade? So if he takes on d5, and if he makes that next trade, do we have no chances in this endgame?
Endgame?
I mean, in this, yeah, not endgame, but in this middle game.
So here, after takes, white has queen f3, which is actually rather annoying. The queen now attacks f7. You have to stop that, and then you cannot prevent bishop f6. So by moving the knight up here, computer says it's fine for black, but in doing that, you also trade both bishops as well as the knight.
Hikaru goes
if we follow the computer's top line, like just everything gets traded.
He went
everything
knight
gets
h5.
traded, and even then the computer thinks white is better. So yeah,
I'm
he
not
couldn't
surprised
do this.
that he went knight h5 because yes, it's inferior, but in the other lines they were all leading to something very equal in the best case. So I think in a way it's better to get a dubious position with some life in it than something where everything is going to be traded, no?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe takes and then knight d8 and then try and move up here. But I guess he feels like any trades is just bad for him. So if he's gonna try and get the knight to f4, he might as well do that immediately. The good thing is the computer says there's one move that's very clearly better than the others. I suppose that's a good thing. The bad thing is that that one move is very obvious. But Prague might be tempted into like going g4 too soon. No, he's
Can
not
we
going to
take
be
on
tempted.
g4 here?
Nah, you're just trying to make a draw then. Yeah, you just there's absolutely no attack. At best, you can hope to get a repetition, but you're not
Okay.
really in the business of repeating moves this game. So you can I don't think pretty much ever you can sack here. You just don't have enough pieces to follow up. But Hikaru's intention is to go knight f4, and when this trade is made, you open up for the bishop on the diagonal. And this is actually good. This is pretty good for black. White will have to go c3, and okay, maybe this also is fine for Prague. Computer wants to sack, but I'm not sure that sack is better than a draw.
What's h6 here?
Yeah, h6 is intriguing. Because this bishop is actually trapped. Ooh, knight e5, that's sweet. Then we have enough pieces participating in the attack. Can we go knight e5 here? Yeah, there's some stuff going on. But Prague is not going to play g4 here. I mean, he's leading the match. He can play g4 later. So he's going to try to improve his position. I would say c3 or queen e3, really the only moves he's going to be looking at, although c3 may be a bit more natural. So let's check that one out. c3, Hikaru can attack the bishop, force the bishop back. Ooh, but the bishop doesn't have any good squares to go back to. I guess the bishop goes back here. And then look at this, the other knight out to the edge, forcing the bishop back, but then getting the c6 move. And now white's knight becomes awkwardly placed. And
Okay,
suddenly
chat, this is a huge
we're
moment.
back in business.
This is huge. We need Prague not to play queen e3. Any other move. Any other move but queen e3. And I think what's the main idea is just that it controls h6, yeah?
Yeah. Queen e, well, the main idea was kind of for it to control this f4 square, but having it also control the h3 square is a happy accident bonus. So maybe here Hikaru goes king to play f6 next. And
g4, f6.
Computer didn't like that. Takes, takes, takes. It's not good when the computer gives zeros.
Okay, but is it zeros?
Yeah, it's difficult to tell. Is it zero because it's an instant draw, or is it zero because it's just super complicated? I mean, you do this and you gave it a good go, and if he finds all the right moves, maybe it's a draw. But what are you gonna do?
It's problem. Why Fiona doesn't like Prague? Fiona likes Prague very much. Fiona is a big fan of Prague, but Fiona is cheering for Hikaru in this match. But Fiona likes Prague. And you know, to be fair to Prague, I think so far he's handled himself really well in this match, not really giving Hikaru any chances. But this moment, I really hope it will not be queen e3. I feel everything else will give us good chances.
Yeah, I agree. Queen e3 is. I mean, Queen e3 is not over, but it would be a big step for Prague in the right direction.
He is spending some time now, down to 13 minutes and a bit.
The thing is, he needs to be down to like 7 minutes before it starts becoming very serious. But on the other hand, once he's down to 1 minute, it's going to be serious for the rest of the game. So I don't know. I don't think 13 is low enough to shake him. But yeah, every second he's thinking is good for Hikaru, obviously. As long as he doesn't spend that time thinking, finding all the right moves.
What moves? So you were saying c3 might be tempting. What other moves might be tempting for Prague?
None.
Is queen d2 again? The rook d2? No, because it
Yeah, queen
kind of
d2
cuts.
maybe. Yeah,
He goes
he does
queen
play
d2.
queen d2. What's the difference? I don't know. If anything, maybe this makes more sense because now you're looking at the bishop.
So
The
what
computer
was the...
says Hikaru has to move the bishop. I guess it's because if you do a nothing move, then Prague is going to capture this pawn, opening up for both the rook and queen, pointing down on the bishop.
Yeah, Hikaru goes bishop e6.
Yeah, queen d2 was also a good move by Prague because it also prevented the trying to dislodge the bishop.
But does it somehow make g4 less strong? The fact that the queen is on d2 rather than e3?
I don't think so. But at this point, I'm not even sure g4 is what white wants anymore.
Can
I guess
we see what happens after g? Ah, no, g4, now we can just take it. Okay, so that's one of the differences between queen e3 and
that's a
queen
good
d2.
difference. You get a double attack.
And Prague goes bishop b5.
That's a really good move. Trading himself to the next round. He has a strategy and he's sticking with it, but he's sticking with it in a very convincing manner.
Okay, but I mean, if he takes
We
on
have
c6,
we have been complaining about this
yeah.
knight. So like this knight has been a source of frustration for us. If Prague takes it, we're gonna have a bad pawn structure, but at least we're gonna get rid of the frustrating knight, and we're gonna kick White's knight out. The problem is we're unable to kick this bishop.
I guess the
would love to
problem is
play-
that he's threatening to take on c6 and play knight e7 on the next move, right?
Ooh, I didn't even see that. Okay, so if we attack the bishop, takes, knight moves in, double attack on the king and on the queen. Can't allow that.
So I think now we understand why the computer is advocating here, apart from taking on d5, to play king h8 to step out of that fork.
Yeah, well, actually, computer's saying bishop takes d5, but
Yeah,
that
but
is
I
not
mean-
going to happen.
Yeah.
But but the problem with king h8 is that then bishop h6 and you cannot escape
Yeah.
with your bishop.
So what about f6?
Yeah, you have to go f6. So you can't allow this trade. You need to be able to, after bishop h6, you need to be able to escape with the bishop. So Hikaru has to go f6, and then bishop tries to trade, and then I don't like it, but I think we're gonna have to go back. And then g4. Huh?
Okay, but go back, just one move.
I guess we could take this. Okay, I guess we could take this. And then this. Ah, no, but then pawn takes and...
Okay, but go back one move instead of taking on d5. What does computer want? a6.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to take our knight, which seems clever
Okay, but
enough.
this said there is still some life, no? Knight a5. Get rid of that pesky bishop.
Yeah, but we didn't want to make trades. Now we're
I
kind of
know,
forced
but
into making trades.
sometimes, I mean, maybe we don't even take. Maybe we play c5 next.
Yeah, I could get behind that. Maybe gotta protect here first. So I guess my concern is that something like this, it's gonna be just too easy for white to play.
What is...
What? Computer says knight b6. I specifically put my rook here to prevent that. Ooh! Yeah, no. Having the queen
my
in here
God.
is a bit unpleasant, and then there's stuff suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Wow, rook d7 cannot be captured because the bishop holds the pin.
That's
And the
move is
rook just
insane.
together with the queen. Yes, I mean it's insane. So he's probably not going to see that. Is the good thing about it. And here, I guess we're about to go here. G4 also good. That's worse because G4 is a bit more obvious. And now if we take here, there's the discovered attack from the bishop. I don't know. Prague. I'm not sure. I don't think Prague necessarily has played this match super well, but this game he has been magnificent. Just yeah, Hikaru trying to create something, and it looked like it was a partial success at the very least.
So
But yeah, no,
what did we say? We think
yeah
he has to take on h6 here, yeah?
Well, we took an h6 and then went a6, but maybe we go a6 first, so as not to allow the queen in. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's go a6 first. Why allow the queen up here? Sure, you can make the trade. We don't mind. Mr. Computer. Now we need to move this guy so that we can get the pawn up. It's not the optimal placement for the
Okay,
knight.
but this is not the end of the world, no?
Yeah, this seems
Here we
manageable.
keep a bunch of pieces on the board.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely the best of the things we kind of looked at.
Yeah.
But yeah, Prague's time is not getting lower, unfortunately. It's the kind of position where Prague, with 5 minutes left, would struggle to keep everything together. But here, yeah, even pawn to g4 is back on the table because the knight is still trapped.
Hikaru played king h8.
If he wanted to play king h8, he could have done that on the previous move.
I'm confused. So what if Prague takes on g7 is his idea?
I
Surely
guess
not.
Hikaru's just waiting, just not committing himself to anything. I would maybe Prague can go like king here, try and go g4. Ooh,
And I
rook
guess now we
d8.
see,
This is nice. Making some counter pressure on the
Yeah.
d file.
And Prague's gonna be very hesitant to play a move like g4.
Yeah, and here we managed to change the pawn structure. And then it becomes imbalanced, which is very, very, very good for Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the best we can get. And I don't think this...
yeah, Hikaru's just going for this rook to d8, and he couldn't do that immediately because then the white bishop would trade itself, allowing the knight to come in, attacking both the king and the queen. So he moves the king out of the way. We don't see king h2. Instead, Prague goes for the trade. And now he realizes what's about to happen with the rook coming on the d file, and he plays queen c3, putting counter pressure on the knight instead. Man, Prague is playing a great game. And he's also utilizing the circumstances very, very well of Hikaru just not being able to go for anything drawish.
Okay, but how bad? I see the engine, of course, hates our position, but how bad is this?
I don't know. I think it's very, very bad.
So what's the idea?
Now we can't move the knight. We need to move the knight in order to go c6 and kick
But
the white knight.
Can't we go a6 on the, if it were our move?
I don't understand how that changes anything.
I wanted to go b5. But then I
don't
still
see how
can
that
move the
changes
knight.
anything either. We can't move this guy because of the continued pressure. And we need to move that guy. We need to play c6. But we cannot. Yeah, we're just completely tied up. Somehow.
Let's go back to the live. So it is Prague to move. Problem is that a move like rook d2 makes a lot of sense, right? And Hikaru just doesn't have any good moves.
Perfect sense, yeah.
Okay, let's try something else after rook d2, if not a6.
Rook e6 maybe? Computer kind of hates it.
Yeah, but why? Why is...
Computer says
I always think
G4
that
again.
Prague will be hesitant to play.
I agree. So let's say he
d2.
doubles the rooks. Then we move the bishop back. I mean, we're just... And now he'll definitely go g4 because now it opens up the d file for these two rooks. He does go rook d2. It was the most obvious move.
This is just awful. I mean, we're so tangled up. Like, I can't see any...
I gotta say, Pragnananda has played this game magnificently. He just didn't leave Hikaru a chance. I mean, Hikaru's played mistakes according to the computer, but they haven't really been mistakes given the circumstances that he needed the win. He needed to avoid the trades, and Pragnananda he's managed to play in such a way that avoiding the trades would just become miserable for Hikaru. And that's not a given.
He's played fast as well. I've been impressed by his speed.
Yeah, we never even managed to get to the point where we started thinking, oh, Prague is going to be uncomfortable because of the time situation. He still has over 7 minutes, and now the position is clarified quite a bit, so he would probably be comfortable even with 5 minutes.
I'm trying
if he
to
started
find...
with black in the first game, things would be different. Yeah, it would. It would be really different. But I mean, I don't think you can. The reason Hikaru loses this match is because the opening blunder in game 1. But
okay, so he's trying
it
to
would have been
defend
better
c7.
with black first.
So
Yeah,
now
rook a7. Now we're protecting this guy, so we're moving the knight next and then pawn up. The problem is, after doubling the rooks, which is completely obvious, when Hikaru now moves the knight, I mean, I was thinking knight here.
which is also good.
Which is not as good as I thought it was. There's
But
also
good
plenty
enough.
of other good options, but knight b6 is good enough, apparently. So my idea was takes, and then, I mean, you could even take the queen, but my plan was to take this guy. And then we get this sort of situation where Hikaru does have 2 rooks for a queen. The problem is just that the queen is going to take every single pawn on the queen side.
But Hikaru went for knight d8 anyway. I know knight
No,
b8.
I went knight d8. So knight b8 is better because it protects the bishop. And it keeps the protection from the rook on the queen. So now knight b6 is a losing move. Because everything's protected.
So the engine says queen c5 is very strong. Why is that so strong? It's hitting the rook.
Well, we can move the rook.
Prague finds it again.
And then knight e7. Queen supporting the knight. The knight infiltrates. And when the queen moves, ooh, that's dirty. Knight c6. Oh my gosh. This knight, if you take it with the bishop, you lose your queen. And if you take it with the knight, you also lose your queen. Because then the knight is no longer protecting the bishop. So Hikaru sees that, and he plays queen b7 instead. And now g4 is GG's. G4 is kind of like been there, lurking all game. But now it's going to come in for the decisive effect. Attacking the knight, no more sacrifices because Hikaru had to move his queen to do other things. And if the knight moves to f4, then there will be a trade opening up for the rooks to attack. And here the rooks will capture 2 minor pieces and have a devastating attack against the black king. Wow. Prague just played this game so well. I'm very impressed with him here. And he does go G4.
And
I think Hikaru's just going to resign now. Yeah. Okay. Not over just yet. We have a counterattack against the knight in the center. And if the knight moves, then we're able to get our knight to f4. So like say knight moves here, knight f4. And this knight is kind of awkward for the white king.
No, but the problem is, again, he finds the best move.
Yeah, the knight moves forward. And now 2 of our pieces is under attack. Unfortunate.
Yeah, there's just nothing here. This is a... Okay, goes knight f4.
But now there's just going to be massive trades on d7. Hikaru is going to lose his queen. A devastating way for Hikaru to get knocked out of the World Cup. It all hinged on a minute in the first game where Hikaru couldn't remember the opening preparation. And it was such a combative line that the 2 of them had chosen that one little mistake and it's over. So Hikaru in this match literally makes one mistake and loses. That one mistake after 2 minutes of gameplay in game 1, that's the reason he lost. He didn't make any mistakes. Hikaru's going to lose this second game as well, but he didn't really make a mistake here because he always did what he had to do to try and create winning chances. That being said, I do think Pragnananda played amazingly in game 2, but it wasn't really a mistake on Hikaru's part, just necessary attempts at garnering winning chances.
Yeah, this is tough to watch at this point. Hikaru just played a5, but and we are down a full piece here.
Hikaru has resigned in his head. He just needs to sit at the board and kind of digest the loss. And now Prague is going to finish with a nice little queen sacrifice to make further trades. It makes perfect sense for Prague to finish with queen takes a7 to get the trades he needs, sacrificing his queen only to get trades. And that's pretty much how he played this game throughout. His focus was getting the trades, and given the circumstances, that just worked out very nicely for him. So Prague does take on a7. Hikaru up a queen for a moment, but it's a very brief moment as the rook comes in with a double attack on the king and queen afterwards. A trade happens, but now Hikaru is down a bishop with nothing to show for it. Prague is going to make further trades by moving the pawn up. That pawn gets captured, but that leaves the pawn on e5 undefended, allowing the white knight to come in. And now there's even a threat of checkmate. If the pawn comes up to trap the queen, the knight moves in and the rook comes for the checkmate on the edge of the board. That's why Hikaru chose here to go g4, because he needs an escape square for the king. And Prague is not playing instantly. Like that was, we talked about that in the previous game, that my kind of my feeling on when to resign is when your opponent is playing all their moves instantly. And that's not the case here for Prague, because he doesn't want to mess up. He knows he's got this in the bag. He just needs to be a little attentive till the end here. So one of the ways he could have messed up is here when he's faced with both this pawn trying to trap the bishop, but also if you try and stop that threat, you get hit by this, the knight coming in for the check, and then the king taking the knight afterwards. But now we're at the stage where Prague is making his moves instantly, and now he's got everything under control.
Yeah, there's no more danger to his king here. Hikaru trying a4. I mean, Prague really, as you say, he's played this game just has been so impressive. I don't think Hikaru
I
in
don't
the
feel like,
second
but
game.
here's my thing. I don't want to praise Prague for the first game. Because really, I mean, he played fine. He won the game. But
You
it
can
was
praise
really
him for his
Hikaru
opening choice, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's true. It was a very combative opening choice. But it wasn't kind of to his, it wasn't his, because of him he won. It was Hikaru who just forgot his opening. But in this game, he was incredible. So maybe that means that in the first game, even if Hikaru hadn't blundered, Pragnananda would have played incredible there as well, because that's what we saw in game 2.
You know, now the king coming out as well. All of Prague's pieces are well placed. Hikaru's gonna try and either get his rook into the game or push those pawns on the queen side, but
It's not going to work, unfortunately. I guess Prague is going to play rook here. I don't know why he didn't move yet. Rook here and then pawn up, and this king is in trouble. Rook comes in, knight attacks the bishop, pawn comes up attacking the king, king moves into the corner, and now bishop together with rook threatening checkmate. And Hikaru resigns the game, and Hikaru is knocked out of the World Cup.
today
well done to Pragnananda, of course.
Absolutely, congratulations to Prague, who you know, took advantage of the blunder in game 1 and then just played a perfect
game
2.
Like this game 2 was flawless from Prague. Really, really well played there. Does Hikaru have any chance to get to the candidates now? Asks Wadnut. This tournament was not the only qualifier to the World Championship qualifier, also known as the candidates. He will have another chance later this fall at the Isle of Man tournament, where I suspect you'll be going, Fiona.
Yeah, I'll be on site. I will be the interviewer there. So I don't know if there will be coverage on this channel. I suspect there will be, which I won't be a part of. But I'll be bringing you some interviews with Hikaru, I'm sure, from the Isle of Man. And there will be two qualifying spots there as well. I think Hikaru will also have a chance on this FIDE, the new thingy, you know, the points.
Yeah. We actually had an interview with Hikaru for a tournament previously this year, and he was very upset about the feed new rules, the new concept of the FIDE circuit, because one of the tournaments he played and won was not did not make it to the list of tournaments for
I think the American Cup.
the American Cup, and it makes absolutely no sense because invitational tournaments are allowed to be a part of the FIDE circuit, and also national championships are allowed to be a part of the FIDE circuit. And then for Hikaru to win this American Cup and not get the qualifying points, just because I don't know the reasoning. I'm assuming the reasoning is that it was an American event for American players. But like you're literally allowing invitational tournaments to be counted. So why would an invitational where the organizers happens to choose Americans, why would that not qualify? It's just I would share Hikaru's frustrations there, and that kind of does put a dent in his possibilities to get that qualifying spot through like a it's like a PGA Tour score kind of thing.
You move, or maybe we can pull up a game while we keep talking. Duda looks like he's about to strike back. Maybe let's pull up Magnus actually. Magnus doing very well with the black pieces. It looks like he will be knocking Vincent out here at the stage.
Magnus up a pawn.
We've seen
Fascinating
that
situation.
before, though.
Yeah, fascinating situation. 2 pawns for black on the queen side, whereas white has one on the opposite flank. Magnus now trying to use his king to stop this pawn, and then his knight is gonna actually start capturing even more white pawns. But Vincent hasn't given up. Vincent is gonna try and have his king help out the pawn, trying to become a new queen. That being said, what happens if Magnus just does the obvious and goes after the additional pawn? Well, then this king comes in to attack this guy. The knight can protect. I don't know. Like, you could see, I could definitely see myself losing this somehow.
But can I just go King G8?
No. Because after King G8, I have King G6 and I'm helping my pawn forward.
Yeah.
So this is what Vincent is trying to do.
By the way, Hikaru will be here with us very shortly. Which I have to say kudos to him for showing up. I don't think I would, so we very much appreciate him dropping in after what's been a tough day.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hikaru, for joining us today. Very tough day at the office. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty upset with myself. I mean, I basically threw this match in the first game. You know, I wasn't really expecting to play as bishop b4 line, and then before the game, I looked a little bit at knight d5, and I also looked at some quieter lines. And at the end of the day, I just decided to play knight d5. And I mean, the position isn't that bad if I play d4, but once I don't play d4, I just lose the game for no reason, essentially. I mean, it's really upsetting when you lose a match, and I mean, your opponent didn't have to do anything. That's actually more the reason I'm upset than anything. It's not so much losing, but it's like my opponent didn't have to prove that he was better. I literally blundered in the opening, and that cost me the match. So that's actually why I'm pretty upset overall. I mean, to be fair though, like first game aside, in the second game he did play very well. Like I had a couple opportunities where I probably could have drawn the game, but I never had any chances to get any counterplays. So I mean, to be fair, in the second game Prague played really well to avoid any complications whatsoever. And yeah, it is what it is. But the first game, it's just, yeah, it's really upsetting when you basically just blunder in the opening and you lose like a beginner. So pretty upset about the first game. But I mean, on the bright side though, like I said, the second game, I didn't have any chances to win the game, so I can't be too upset, at least, because I think honestly, if there had been like a moment or two in the second game where I had some chances, then I would then like it's easier to be more upset about like the actual match. But I didn't have any chance in the second game, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I think there's not much more to say about today's playoff, really. Can you tell us?
I mean, I think the thing is, you know, there's one thing that I've learned over the years, not so much playing in the World Cup per se, but when you play matches, is like there's one general rule, which is you try to avoid doing anything too stupid. That's a general rule. Like you try not to lose games due to like basic opening mistakes. That's like a golden rule. And then today I decided to go into this crazy line. And, you know, I was thinking about it just from a general standpoint about this. Like, you know, if you think about Magus or you think about myself, what is our actual edge potentially over other players? And it's not that our theory is necessarily better. It's that if we get to play just positions, we tend to outplay our opponents on average. But like today, I just went right into his main line. I confused an order and I just lost the game. And it was just a very bad decision on my part. And that's why, you know, I think to put it in perspective, though, this is why, like, if you're playing chess professionally, like it's the only thing you're doing, it's very, very difficult, because essentially this match came down to literally the opening. It came down to like one or two moves in the opening of the first game, and that was the match. And if this was specifically what I was doing full time, like I was just playing chess professionally, like in the old days, it would be heartbreaking, because you feel like you have this chance at trying to qualify for the candidates, and like literally one move potentially, I mean, I'm not saying that like I would have made or anyone would make in this situation, but one move potentially is like the difference between having that chance at hope and just losing the match. That's like literally all there is to it. And so chess is very, very brutal from that standpoint. But yeah, it is what it is. Certainly, like I said, I mean, to be fair to Prague, in the second game, he did play a very good game from start to finish. And as I said, there were maybe one or two times where I could have played some knight d4 and made a draw. But it's better to go for it, I think, and lose than to make the draw. I mean, like there's always a question, because I know a lot of people were very upset with Wesley. They were they're like, why did Wesley make this quick draw with Black in the second game? So they're like, why didn't Wesley, like, why didn't he go crazy and try to win the game rather than make the draw? But I always think that when you're in a match situation, like the ratings really shouldn't matter. Like you should always just go for it. If you lose, you lose. So I feel that like it was the right decision to do that rather than like force a draw on two or three different occasions where I could have. I mean, if you pull up the second game, like I think there were two occasions where I could have played a knight d4 and everything comes right off the board. But it's like, what's the point? Sure, people enact like it's some big difference in the match in the result, but really it doesn't make a huge difference. Yeah, like here I can take and play knight d4 and I think it's a draw, right? It's like knight d4 takes. Yeah, actually, I think you can even take with a bishop, but like I can do this, but it's going to be a draw. And it's like, okay, I draw. Maybe I save a few rapid rating points, whatever. Like, but yeah, I mean, white can take and go c3. I mean, everything draws here. In fact, here white's actually better. So it's like the best of all worlds. But yeah, it's a situation where after what I did in the first game with white, in the second game, you just go for it. And I mean, to his credit, Prague did play very well. Like, I don't think I ever had a chance to create any real complications in the second game. I mean, maybe there was like one move somewhere, but I didn't see it, and I thought it was just an excellent game from Prague.
Our impression was that this was just completely flawless on his part.
Game.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, as I was saying, I don't think I had any real windows of opportunity. So like, I can be mad about the fact that I just decided to lose the first game for no reason, but I mean, it is what it is. And honestly, I think all things being equal, I would probably say that considering my good results in the other tournaments, like I can't be too upset. Like you can't always do well in every single event. At the end of the day, and sometimes your opponents do play better on average than you do. So, it kind of happens. So I'm not really that upset about losing the match per se. It's more that I'm upset about the way that I lost the match, because when your opponent doesn't have to outplay you, blunder in the opening like that, it just leaves sort of a sour taste in your mouth. Because generally when you lose, you want your opponent to just outplay you, like play a nice game, and it's just an opening blunder. So yeah, it's disappointing from that standpoint. But fortunately for me, I have some exciting things coming up in the near future. So really looking forward to that. And yeah, it is what it is.
Any revelations you can share?
There will probably be a match with someone later on in the year. Let's put it that way. So I think for everybody who's still watching, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't meant to be in this tournament. I think, it was a very choppy event. On the one hand, I felt like at times I played very well. At times I felt like I didn't play very well either. So it's a very mixed bag. And today, of course, I'll be unhappy about it. But on the bright side, as I've said many times, I'm not a professional player. I don't study chess every day, and so I can finally get back to my real job. So not super unhappy from that standpoint. But yeah, it is what it is.
Will you be going back home? Or do you have anything planned in
Yeah, I
between?
mean, I assume I'll be going back home either tomorrow or the day after. I'm not really sure what my plans are. I mean, the other thing I would say about this event is that I really do actually like the format from the standpoint of it being like, it can be you're there for the whole time, or you're there for a few days. But I think for people who make travel arrangements, it's really kind of impractical. But I do wish, on one hand, like travel arrangements aside and everything else, like every tournament was just a knockout, because that way you can stay for a few days or you can stay for a month. But it's I would prefer that to standard tournament stuff. But yeah, it is what it is.
Can you tell us a bit about, you mentioned a certain match later this year. What is next for you? Do you have any tournaments planned before the Isle of Man?
Well, I mean, the good thing, one of the good things about the result, I should say, or let's put it this way, that I lost rating points, is that now I know pretty much the rest of my year. One of the things going to this event that was very unclear for me was like, potentially I would have to play Isle of Man, and then maybe have to play a tournament in Portugal after that to try and potentially qualify for the candidates, like literally go from Isle of Man to Portugal, because I think there's one more FIDE circuit event to get like a fourth event. But since I lost a bunch of rating points here, and I obviously, lost in this fourth round, now I definitely that's not going to happen. I mean, the rating spot is out of the equation as far as I understand. So basically, I have to do well on Isle of Man. So there's going to be no crazy plans the rest of the year. Just play Isle of Man. If I qualify there, I do. If I don't, I can get back to what I do best. But it makes things a lot clearer going forward for sure.
Okay,
So,
well,
Isle of Man and secret match. That's your fault.
Yeah, I mean, because also, like, the thing is, I don't know what the rating spot, but everyone's losing rating points basically. So I think my rating, like, I mean, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe I'm being an idiot. Maybe I still have a chance by rating. I don't know. I assumed I didn't. I guess I'll load. Actually, no, I do have a chance. I'm 2780. So I mean, I don't know how. I have no idea how it all works. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't have a good understanding. But I'm assuming that basically the rating spot, it's very unlikely I get it. Although looking at the list, maybe I'm just losing my mind and the crazy plans are still in play. But yeah, my plan right now is go back home, get back to my real job, which actually pays the bills. Not to be negative about the event, but honestly, like, considering how many days this event was and all the really tough matches when you compare it to like the elite tournaments, I mean, it feels like the prize money is significantly less than what you get for playing in the elite tournaments against. I mean, all everybody's a monster obviously at this point in the tournament, but it feels a little bit lower. So I'll go back home. Then I'm going to St. Louis for. There's 960 around like September 10th, maybe I think September 8th, maybe 9th, 10th, somewhere around there. So I'll be going to St. Louis for the 960. Then in October, I have some filming and stuff, so I'll be in Morocco for a bit. Never know who I'll run into there. And then from there, I'm probably going to go to Isle of Man. So that's pretty much the short-term plans.
Okay, busy.
Yes.
Hikaru, I don't know if you want to go or if you want to take one quick look at Magnus's second game that is still going on.
Sure. Yeah, Magnus's game. Yeah, what's going on? Magnus's game looks it's probably a draw now somehow because Magnus also is finding a way not to win this either. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is the shows though, because yesterday when I was on, I told you guys that I expected Magnus to blow Vincent away, and one of the weird things that I have noticed. Wait, is that a blunder?
I have no idea what's going on.
It's still a draw. Okay, Bishop C1, very scary. Like you expect some magic Magnus, but magic from Magnus. Sorry, yeah. I'm getting tongue tied. But yeah. So what I was saying. What was I saying? I was going to say something. Is that with Magnus, for example, he had that chance the first game and he wasn't able to win. Like the kids these days, especially, like they're very, very good defenders, and I feel like everybody puts up a lot more resistance than in the past, certainly. So it's tough. Like I thought Magnus would blow Vincent away, and I guess he got a winning position in game one, wasn't able to convert it, or Vincent confused the situation. I didn't really see that game, but everyone defends really well, so it's tough. It's tough, and I mean at this point for everybody, I think it's no match is easy.
Yeah, Magnus actually was also winning in this game too. Their match will proceed now, but I think Hikaru, we're gonna let you go unless there's anything else you want to add, or you, Ludwig, to ask.
I mean there isn't anything else really to add. I mean I think it's disappointing to lose the way that I lost. Obviously, I mean I'm not shocked that I lost this match because Prague did play well overall. But it's always disappointing. I think that's the one thing that's very tricky about the knockout tournaments is, unlike other events as well, unless you make it to the end of the tournament, it's going to feel like a failure. Whether I lost in this round, whether I lost next round, or 2 rounds down the road, whatever that round would be, I'm not going to, you're not going to feel good about it. But for me, luckily, I do have a real job. So because of that, I'll very quickly bounce back from this. Whereas if I didn't have streaming and I was on the long plane ride back home over the next couple of days, I'd be pretty unhappy. And I think that sort of sums up the mood of probably 90, like literally everyone except the players who get to the end. So basically everyone who doesn't make to the end is going to be very unhappy about their result. But for me, it's not that big of a deal. And of course, at the end of the day, I mean, credit does go to Prague, especially for the second game, because I didn't get any chances to create counterplay. So it is what it is.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Hikaru, for taking time and come here to share your thoughts after what was a disappointing day. We look forward to having you back streaming.
It's not a big deal. Like I said, for me, like I mean, I'm disappointed because basically I essentially threw the first game by messing up the opening, but it's not that big of a deal. And I've had a lot of great results this year, like winning Norway chess, winning that Champions Chess Tour event. I mean, like at the end of the day, at some point, I mean, am I supposed to win every event? Am I supposed to always play perfect chess? Like, I mean, I think that's maybe Magnus can think that he can do that, but I think for most of us, like I've already had a great year, so it's not really that big of a deal.
Actually, let me ask you that final question,
Sure.
since you mentioned Magnus. Magnus in an interview, I think yesterday, said he's been thinking, what am I even doing here? Spending all this time playing classical chess, which I find boring. And do you feel the same way, or do you feel you still get some enjoyment from classical chess?
I think the simplest way of answering that question is that chess can either be a great game or it can be a very boring game. I think if you get the right opponent, actually, I think my matches against both Gladura and against Pragnanant on the classical, like Prag wanted to play. He wanted to play chess. He didn't want to be boring. And Gladura I felt was much the same. Like he didn't want to be super boring. So when both players want to play interesting chess, I think classical can be very exciting still. But I think when players want to be very boring, the way Vincent was specifically in that first game against Magnus, I totally understand the feeling, because there's certain moments when you play, and I think for me, like I'm thinking back more to Norway chess than anything, but there are moments when you're playing a classical game and someone's thinking for like 15 minutes, position's very boring. There are no tactics, it's a positional grind. And I do sometimes feel the same way that Magnus does, where it's like, what's going on? Like literally we could play all the next 10 moves in the next like 5-10 minutes and just be out of here rather than having to waste our time. So I think really it comes down to whether both players want to play interesting chess or not. If one of the players doesn't want to cooperate, I think it's going to be very boring. But if both players want to play interesting chess, I think there's plenty of room for classical chess still to be very exciting for the fans. Absolutely. So it depends on the players. If the players want to be creative and play interesting chess, then it's interesting. If one of the players just says no, I don't want to have any fun and play as boring as possible, it's going to be boring. That's a simple answer. I mean, that is just the answer.
Fair enough. Well, Hikaru, thank you so much for coming on. Best of luck for what's coming next, and looking forward to having you back streaming. I think that was a big sentiment in the chat today.
Yeah, I'll probably be back on Tuesday if I'm guessing at the latest. Probably before then. I have no idea. I mean, there is a bullet brawl tomorrow that maybe I guess tomorrow's Saturday, so maybe there's a bullet brawl that I'll stream. I mean, I obviously have to figure out my travel plans because I don't even know where I'm going or what I'm doing, but still, yeah, it was a good run, and it could have been a lot worse. Like if I had lost in the first round, which was definitely possible for a move or two in that second tiebreak game, I would probably be a lot more unhappy than I am right now. So it could have been better, it could have been worse. That's just how it goes sometimes.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for sharing your thoughts. Safe travels, and yeah, take care.
Yeah. See you guys. Bye.
See
See
you.
you.
I have to say, Ludwig, I'm impressed with, the distance, like how quickly Hikaru can get that distance to cast an objective look, at his tournament. I don't know what you thought.
Yeah, no, I think he's very disappointed. But like he says, his mentality the last 2 years, this really emphasis he has had on streaming being his number one thing, and playing in tournaments being the second, you can kind of tell that he repeats it time after time after time, right? To the point where it becomes a meme. But at the same time, it's like it's actually genuinely helping him cope with the results, which in turn probably help him perform even better, because he does now have less nerves than he maybe would previously, like 5-10 years ago. So I'm very intrigued by it, because Magnus has often been asked, like, do you want like a mental coach? Do you want to like spend some time in that area, with chess being very much a mental game and about controlling your thoughts? And Magnus has always said, no, I don't want anyone messing with my head. But the approach that Hikaru is having right now, my impression is that it's pretty much taken out of the book of what a mental coach would do. Like, focus on the process and don't overthink, especially that don't overthink part.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. For now, we are going to stick around for a bit. Magnus is still in the tournament, so we will be watching his match, which goes to 10+10 after a short break. For now, let's quickly look at the results. Let's see who else will continue playing. Ivanchuk against Sanal will move to 10+10. Svane against Wang Hao will move to 10-10. Gukash beat Yesipenko in game 4 and is through to the next round. Nishat Abasov took out Peter Swidler, double champ, and moves on to round 5. That's an impressive performance from the local player. Salam Saleh is through to the next round, taking out Vocaturo. Oops, I lost my I lost my train of. Also, Nepomniachtchi moves on, winning his match 2-0. And Duda and Maxulu will continue with Duda managing to strike back. We'll also see Wojtaszek against Dominguez. All their games have ended in a draw so far. And that's that for the results of round 4. So quite a few matches will continue to the 10+10. We will be here to take a look at that. For now, we're going to go on a quick break and we'll see you on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back. If you're just joining us now, unfortunately, Hikaru has been eliminated from this World Cup. Today will be the last day of coverage, but we are going to watch Magnus Carlsen now. Magnus had 2 winning positions in the 25+10 games. Now they move on to 10+10. And Ludwig, do you think Magnus will be feeling a little bit frustrated that he's still playing?
Yeah, I do think so, but at the same time, he feels really strong and rapid. And you actually brought up this point in the interview with Hikaru that Magnus yesterday made some comments about not enjoying longer time control classical games. And I think after having made such comments, the onus is very much on Magnus to show that okay, he's not such a fan of classical chess, but he's here, sorry, to play in the rapid.
Yeah, I feel like really the only reason Magnus is in the World Cup, it's really the only big tournament that Magnus hasn't won in his career. And I think Magnus is a kind of guy, even if we are not going to see him play as much classical in the future as before, he wants to get that World Cup winner belt under his belt. I messed this one up, but you know what I mean. He wants to win this tournament.
Yeah, and maybe based on his comments yesterday, he's kind of regretting the decision. It is a very long tournament. Like if you make it all the way, you're gonna be in Azerbaijan for 3 weeks.
Even more than
Um,
that.
yeah, maybe even more if you're one of the lower rateds, but
Even for Magnus. Oh yeah, 3. No, you are correct, Jan Ludwig.
well, thereabouts maybe. But it's
Yeah.
still a really long. Like yeah, like you said, maybe even more than 3 weeks. It is the marathon tournament in the chess world, together with the world championship, and I guess maybe the candidates as well. So yeah,
So let's see.
he has something to prove.
For sure. And I don't know if you want to go back a few moves or jump into the game here.
I think we'll just go from here. They actually started 5 minutes earlier than we were anticipating, so that's why we didn't catch the first couple of moves. And Magnus is somewhat worse on account of him having an isolated queen's pawn, which is such a common occurrence in chess that it even has its own name and acronym. This is a
IQP.
IQP. Thank you. Isolated queen's pawn, IQP. And most of the time it has disadvantages. The fact that it can only be not be defended by pawns, can only be defended by pieces, means that there's usually one piece that gets the annoying task of having to be the guardian of the pawn. On the other hand, it does give black quite good activity, and we see that here through the placement of Magnus's pieces, that he can be pretty happy having them well centralized and influencing the game.
Which position would you rather play, white or black?
Oh, white,
Right.
100%. I hate isolated pawns. My worst
Okay,
nightmare.
finally something we can agree on after all this time. So, but Magnus, he's looking for active piece play. Here, how do you even continue? I feel like, okay, I am helped, of course, by seeing some of the engine lines, but getting the queen out of the way makes a lot of sense to me, because I'd rather have the rook on d8 defending that pawn.
Yeah, no, well, also I'm looking at this square and this pawn.
Yeah.
White's plan in this position is quite obviously to get the rook in from the corner. But if black then plays queen a5, getting that rook in from the corner is going to be more difficult on account of the black queen having some potential of getting involved on the edge of the board. So you're always going to have to consider what happens if.
And maybe we can show why taking on a2 in that moment was so bad.
Yeah, so apparently you cannot do it here immediately. Because then, after the trade in the center, what happens is the queen now protects the bishop, and this knight protects the pawn. And at the end of the day, then, having those protections means that the black queen is trapped as the white rook returns to where it left just 2 moves prior, but with devastating effect given that the queen cannot escape. So queen a5 seemed like a very obvious move. That pressure combined with potentially being able to get the knight in, protected by the queen and making some threats. But Magnus instead goes queen d7, which I don't really understand, but fair enough. I guess he's getting the rook into the center. Speaking of rooks into the center, I guess Kamer here should do precisely that.
Yeah, rook c1 looks like a natural move here. I guess Magnus would follow that up with rook d8, as we discussed. And then what? Then all the pieces out in the game.
Yeah. So
And how do
long
you...
term, you want to try and attack this pawn.
Mhm.
And the question becomes, how do you do that in the best possible way? And the computer is being very creative here. It's advocating knight to f1 and then pawn to f3, kicking the knight. And then when the knight goes back, then the knight comes over here and starts attacking the bishop. I don't know. These positions are kind of difficult. Okay, so rook into from the corner from Kamer, and then Magnus goes rook e8, which makes more sense in that the rooks don't like pointing into their own pawns. So it doesn't want to be a defender, it wants to be an attacker pointing down on white's queen.
Okay, that is a more active approach for sure. And now we don't really, I guess, want to do the same plan and push f3, right? Because e3 could become a weakness.
Yeah, very important point. That this same style of play with f3 now becomes much less enticing, seeing as how the black rook is already in position to point down on the queen, and the now not as well defended white pawn on e3. So Vincent instead goes knight f3. Sensible. Queen reinforces bishop, knight reinforces knight. In addition, it opens up fewer pieces to block for the white rook trying to attack the pawn in the center. I don't know. White's position is super easy to play. I don't really understand why Magnus went into this.
Yeah, I also feel that Vincent is doing a better job with his time management this game. The first 2 games, we always tuned in quite late, but he always was down to, a minute, with Magnus still having plenty of time on the clock, which makes it even more incomprehensible that Magnus didn't grab any of the chances he had in game 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But here we are. And Vincent, even if he's down 2.5 minutes, I feel he's sped up a little bit. This position is difficult, right? Because
I can't focus on what you're saying, Fiona. I'm just wondering, are we going to see a quadruple? So Magnus played his side pawn 1 step forward. Vincent did the same thing. Magnus then continues on the other flank. I so want to see pawn to a3 now to have the perfect 4 in a row with the pawn moves.
We'll see if that's on Vincent's mind. Is a3? A3 is a decent move, right?
It's completely fine.
No.
Probably not the best.
Vincent ruins the party and drops the queen back to e1. What's that about?
Maybe he wants to go queen a5.
And then? Chess aside.
Yeah. How about you say what you think he's intending? Why has it always gotta be me
Gotta
saying
be
this?
you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Always
isn't
asking
that
me
the
the tough
NSYNC,
questions.
the NSYNC song? It's gotta
It's
be
gotta be
me.
me. I don't know. I don't think any of the viewers know NSYNC. I
Are
think
they,
we're
you think they're
older than
all
our
that
viewers.
young?
Yeah, I think
All
so.
too young to know NSYNC.
Yeah. It's a rough reality we live
Come
in.
on, chat. We've gotta have some oldies in the... Raise your hand if you're 30 plus, if you're in the in my and John's club, the
And
30s
Hikarus.
club. And Hikaru's. But
And
you're not an
Magnus's.
80s child. You're what, 90? You're 90, yeah? Born.
90, yeah. The golden chess generation.
Yeah. I have no idea. Maybe we'll see his idea now after rook c7.
I don't know. Well, the thing I understand the least about this move is that he had such an obvious plan to
Yeah.
go rook c2 followed by rook c1 and have the rooks double here and put pressure down the c file. So then queen e1 makes even less sense to me because now if he reverts to that plan, well then he can't really do that because now there's going to be a knight coming in attacking the queen and bishop and frankly rook as well. Just attacking everything. Oh, and pawn. Wow, there's an like you don't want this to happen, but then why did you voluntarily put your queen in a position where that is a thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And the fact that Vincent is thinking now.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange move.
Maybe, yeah.
And he does go rook c2. And Magnus doubles his rooks, and now
And now he's
Vincent
gonna
can't
go
double his.
queen e2, yeah?
And
This is what we talked about.
genuinely recommending that.
Yeah.
But isn't this a blunder? Oh no.
Oh my God. I was telling, if you guys see me acting weird on camera, I was telling you, Ludwig and Jaren during the break, there's a I still didn't get it. There's a mosquito that's been flying around here since the start of today. That's why if you see me going, like this, I will get it. I will get it before this damn show is over.
Maybe get it while you're not doing a chess broadcast.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying, yeah.
then it
Okay,
keeps
so
flying around,
yeah. For a
Yeah.
moment there, I thought Vincent had blundered because after knight takes f2, if you take back with the king, the knight comes in, checks the king while also opening up for black's rooks down towards the white rook. But what I had missed is that the rook can capture, after which black just loses a knight. So we need to find a different plan. How about maybe that's a bit passive.
Oh my goodness. I've just seen the Jaren trolling me on the broadcast. Good one. Oh my God.
It's coming for you.
I know. Getting attacked from all angles. Yeah, so
Maybe I'll try and get it for you. You think I can?
you can try.
Yeah. Okay.
You
Let me
probably
see.
don't have mosquito problems in Norway.
Oh yeah, Norway is wet and reasonably warm.
Oh, it's
No
warm.
mosquitoes. No.
Wait,
It's
but if it's
reasonably
wet and warm?
I'm getting the mosquito. Wait. 3, 2, 1. I don't have the broadcast up, but if Jaren is good at his job, I just knocked out the mosquito.
You probably did. Either you got the mosquito or Jaren's getting fired, one or the other.
One or the other.
Yeah, meanwhile we saw a trade of rooks here on c7.
Yeah, and
Oh,
there's
the
going to be
mosquito
more
is dead.
trades.
You did it. You did it, Jan Ludwig. Okay, the broadcast mosquito has been taken care of. I don't see the other one. So we can focus on the chess for now.
Yeah. So trades are probably gonna happen here somehow. Vincent, I don't know why you were complimenting his time usage. I feel like his time usage keeps being pretty poor.
It's
He's
bad,
now
but not as bad as before, you know? So you gotta see the
uh
positive. You know, I really think I'm a glass half full and you're a glass half empty. That's just how it is, no?
yeah. Well, now he made a move that the computer hates, and he's down 3 minutes on the clock.
Why does the computer hate it?
I think it's because it doesn't really take into consideration Magnus's ideas in this position. So if we now trade in the center, Vincent takes back. I feel like, can we take and go rook here? Okay, apparently we can't do that. That's why he put the queen here, so that the queen could recapture, working together with the bishop against the black king. If we could somehow get the king out of the way, then maybe we could make trades and go rook c2. Magnus queen back. So the computer very firmly says that if Vincent doesn't make the trade now, he's going to be in loads of trouble. But when he didn't make the trade on the previous move, likely he's not going to do it now either.
Well, now it's more forcing though, no?
I don't know. I feel like it's equally forcing.
So let's see, knight takes c6.
So this threatens the rook, but it also opens up between the bishops. The black bishop cannot take the white bishop because we need to save the rook. So we recapture, then the bishops get traded. Then Magnus reinforces the pawn in the center. This is no longer an IQP, an isolated queen's pawn. But it is still a situation where Magnus has three kind of groupings of pawns, whereas Vincent only has two, which should generally be to his favor. However, also, Magnus is controlling the open file, the only file without pawns blocking, which means that his rook is very well placed to get involved.
Yeah, this feels double. I mean, the engine, of course, says 0-0s, but it feels double-edged still. Okay, rook c6.
Magnus doesn't even recapture. He instead attacks the white queen. Well, I guess the queen has to move and then he'll recapture.
And where does the queen go to? Queen
Yeah,
b4.
but now this rook is kind of exposed. Maybe the knight can come and attack the rook. Not sure about this one.
What happens if
Magnus.
Magnus takes on b2?
Ah, yes. Now that the rook moved, he may take the bishop. Good shout.
But now you remain with that IQP,
Yeah. And now
which is looking very weak now.
it's taken some time, but Vincent has gone from trying to stand in front of the pawn to now actually attacking the pawn. But Magnus can start attacking here. Ooh, but look at this. Knight takes pawn. Knight gets involved in an attack, attacks the rook. If the rook moves, then, you know, we can sacrifice here to win the game using that rook and queen working so beautifully together. But instead of moving the rook that's under attack, knight to e7 is a double attack on the king and queen, which takes priority.
And Magnus has been spending quite a bit of time here, still in the tank after queen b4, only 2 minutes between the two players now. I don't think he's gonna go for this, actually. I don't think he will take on b2.
I think maybe that was his plan,
idea?
and then he changed his mind. Yeah.
Okay, in which case he will have to take on f6, on e6, but does he do so with the pawn or with the rook or with the...
Well, the pawn. Like, surely.
yeah.
No?
or queen.
I mean, if he takes with the... I mean, if he doesn't take with the pawn, then there would be long-term pressure against the d5 pawn. Yeah, so he did use the pawn, and we are going to end up in this situation. I was going to say knight takes, but computer is saying pawn takes is interesting. Pawn takes has the benefit of controlling this square e5, but it also keeps this knight very well placed in the center of the board. I could easily see Magnus being tempted by this, despite the king then having some issues. He did choose the knight though. Now knight d4 seems very obvious for Vincent.
Yeah, that's what he goes for, and rook c1 offering a trade of rooks. Okay, this looks incredibly drawish now. I'd rather be white still. I feel the black king is a bit more exposed. So if I just take on c2 and play king h2, sorry, take on c1.
Oh my gosh, my mouse is not behaving. Oh wow, now queen c7 is the only move to survive. Okay, but Magnus played that. I guess it was obvious because there were attacks against two pawns at the same time. So this is the current position in the game. They can make a draw if he goes back.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that's what's gonna happen. Oh no, Vincent once more.
And now if Magnus pushes so this pawn is under attack, and if the pawn pushes forward trying to also dislodge the knight e6 is a nice move. The knight attacks the queen, and when the queen moves... Oh, wow! When the queen moves, I was going to say there might be something like knight c5, or maybe we have some pressure against this guy in the center, but no, oh my gosh. If the queen moves, queen f8, king moves up, and then the queen sacrifices itself against the black knight, because after the recapture, there's the double attack afterwards. That is pretty nice.
That's very nice, indeed.
So
Okay,
Magnus now has to play
under
accurately.
a little bit of pressure, yeah.
Yeah,
But it looks like he found a precise move already, bringing the king to the center, defending the pawn that way, not allowing any infiltrations.
But now knight f3 by Vincent. Knight f3, you maybe go up into the center and disrupt the king. Okay, he plays a4 instead. Now the computer's suggesting g5 for Magnus. Like, this is not over. This is still very much an enterprising endgame position. Notice how black's king is very well centralized compared to white's. It means that the black king right now is more exposed. Wait, what? In this situation, what happened if queen f8?
Yeah, why is this not good?
Queen f8.
Oh, the knight is trapped.
Double attack. King moves up. White wins a pawn, but the knight has to hide in the corner, and then the king comes in to take it. And that might explain why Vincent played a4. Because now, if something like g5 for Magnus, what if we then make this queen sacrifice, luring the king into this fork? But here the computer says the knight is not getting trapped. Well, the knight is having to move into the corner, but the key factor here is that black will have a pawn supported by the king that could become a new queen before this knight ever gets back into the game.
Yeah, I think Vincent shouldn't get greedy here. It looks like that queen f8 move, while flashy and tempting, we haven't found a way to make it work just yet. Look at the times, almost even now.
Magnus pushes e5, and this pawn cannot be, well, I guess it can be captured, but if it's captured, then there will be a double attack on the king and on the e3 pawn.
Yeah, why is this okay for white? Because
So
B7.
king h1, and if you take this guy, they take that guy. But it's still not clear because the king gets away, attack against the pawn, the knight, and if the knight moves, you're pushing this pawn to try and become a new queen.
Yeah.
You also have the knight that can try and get involved into an attack.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to be white here.
And Vincent is down to just 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's
And it's
been
an
like
unpleasant.
well, just one move ago, I said it was unpleasant for black, but it turns around quickly.
I know.
So the knight steps back, wanting to go to this e5 square later on. I guess Magnus will... Wow! Magnus does not take. Instead, he tries to force the white queen out of position, knowing full well that the queen now needs to keep the defense of the pawn on f4. So the queen steps back to d2. A trade has been made. Magnus still with the isolated queen's pawn, but it's now also a passed pawn, a pawn that wouldn't face any of the opposition's pawns on its path forward to become a new queen.
Queen e2 again, I'm struggling to understand.
Kind of looks okay for Vincent, this, but it's got to be unpleasant against Magnus and with that time situation.
But if you're Magnus, okay, the only way to make progress is to use that d pawn.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to do that without weakening yourself too much.
Yeah. The white knight is very well placed right now. So if the pawn moves forward, it's just going to be surrounded instantly. So somehow you need to... I don't know. I feel like you start with knight to e4. Just centralize your knight. And then you start thinking afterwards. Queen c7. Okay, for Vincent also, just get the knight up and then start thinking afterwards. But on the other hand, if you move the knight up, then the knight no longer controls the square in front of the pawn, and then it may become easier for the pawn to advance. He does give the check. Magnus retreats. Vincent eyeing the pawn in the center. Looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this game is going to be over now, I think. Vincent is going to get his queen in to attack the black king. I don't think white is playing for the win. Not with the time situation, at least.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say. It reminds me very much of what Hikaru said about... Wasn't it the queen and knight ending as well in his playoff against Venkataraman? You know, the first tiebreak he played? Where he said those are pretty much always... Although there was no knight there, it was just a pure queen ending.
Magnus is trying to avoid the draw. Look at this. Queen back controls the f5 square, making sure that Kamer cannot make the draw easily.
And if I go to g6?
I don't know if you even have drawing checks here. I guess you do. Maybe I go here. Control this square so that you cannot give a check.
Mm-hmm.
This is happening on the board. Vincent coming in with his queen to try and give some checks. And now Magnus... If Magnus wants to avoid the immediate draw, he kind of has to go queen e6, but he might be concerned about this move. Ooh, he would be concerned about that move if not for the fact that the knight can capture and give a check on the king. If that had not been a check, the white queen would have been able to take the black queen. But because it is a check, this works out okay for Magnus.
Why is this winning after queen takes g4? Is the pawn ending just winning?
Yeah. It's very bad to have doubled pawns. in pawn endgames. So Magnus.
So let's
can
see
really
what's happening
just-
in the game.
Queen e6 played. Queen steps back, now trying to reach the c7 square, attacking pawns in multiple directions.
Yeah, do you think we'll see a move repetition here?
I'm not sure Magnus has one.
I mean, if he just goes back to e7, then you want to give a check.
Well, the thing is, Magnus came from the c8 square,
Oh, he came from c8. Oh.
and he can't
Yeah,
return.
I was thinking queen e7, queen g6, queen e6.
Yeah. Now queen e7, and then I don't know. I guess it's a draw, but you feel a bit uncomfortable with this.
And
queen.
Magnus now the one with no time on the clock.
Knight h5. It's a brave move to play with 20 seconds. And Vincent just goes into defense mode. Queen protects pawn, attacks this pawn. Magnus gets an easy move, protecting everything. Magnus returns with the knight, maybe back towards the c7 square now for Kamer.
Mm-hmm.
I think Magnus is happy to have this. So queen is protecting this pawn, and this guy is protecting the next one. So the black pieces here are working well together. Yeah, and Magnus kind of invites going back and forth.
Yeah, I think we'll see a draw here.
Kamer complies. Draw agreed. This might all be decided in the next one, where Magnus will have the white pieces.
Let's have a look at Vasily Vanchuk. It looks like, well, he's up a pawn in a bishop ending.
And the computer says he's winning.
Mm-hmm.
But endgames are tough. So we're not going to take it for granted just yet.
Can I not go in here? Yeah, that's what I was.
Well, you have to go bishop here so that you
Uh-huh.
control the d3 square so that the king cannot go there.
And then I was thinking, can I go bishop f7 and c4 somehow?
That was the same thing I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you can, though. So now if bishop f7, bishop e3, e2. And then suddenly this pawn might start doing something.
Yeah, this is still weirdly annoying. Wait, can I go f3? Here, maybe not.
What, in that position?
Yeah. No, I can't. Okay.
I don't know why not, though. It looked kind of clever.
Oh, but now we have to even be a bit. No, we
Yeah.
don't have to be careful now, but it's just.
It's just going to be a repetition of moves. The bishop kind of got stuck trying to stop the white pawn.
So what is the win?
I don't know.
And Ivanchuk, but Ivanchuk has 3 minutes. I just
Yeah,
noticed
he has so much time. He doesn't need to make a decision anytime soon.
No.
So these 3 pawns against the 2, you wanna, if they can just make advances, then they can become a passed pawn, which will win the game. The problem is the white bishop is standing in the way of the extra black pawn. So if we can just get this pawn advancing, then we should probably be fine. Although we do want to watch out for these advances from the white pawn on the opposite flank. So maybe king here? If king here and then pawn here. And if the bishop then retreats, then we start advancing our 3 versus 2 situation. The computer briefly said that white might go into a pawn endgame, which is very annoying to calculate.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, Ivanchuk has the time for it. So what is this? The king makes it back to stop this pawn, and then the white king can't stop both of these pawns. If he takes the one pawn, the other one queens. But if he goes back, then the other one acts as a distraction. And then you have to go back to stop this guy, and you can't stop both of them at the same time. So bishop f7 was played, and then bishop e8. Why was that important? I don't know. Why can
I guess
white
he wants to
not
go b5, but
push this? Wow. Ivanchuk gonna sacrifice his bishop. So the trick I noticed is that if the king retreats, the pawn continues. And if the king steps back to stop the pawn, we have this very nice trick with the bishop sacrificing itself. If the bishop is captured, the pawn becomes a queen. But if the pawn is captured, the bishop takes the opposing bishop. Instead, what happened is bishop g4, which is just a huge mistake, because if you wanted to, the plan with bishop g4 is pushing the pawn, but if you wanted to push the pawn, you should have done that immediately. Although after b5, now it's a draw. Why is this a draw? Earlier you said this was winning for black if you take this pawn, but now it's not winning for black. So this position with the pawn on b6 was winning, but now with the pawn further up, it's not winning, because as the king tries to approach the white pawns, the bishop comes back to actually take out one of the black pawns. And what's happening now instead? Wait, Ivanchuk managed to stop this pawn, and he managed to advance the other pawn.
this is madness. I don't even know. How did white blunder this? The draw? Where did he?
Well, apparently this was drawing,
Oh,
and this was losing. I cannot understand why.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't like that he played this move. He could have just started pushing the pawn immediately. I still don't understand how Ivanchuk wins, though. King f6, now it's a draw, which kind of showcases why I couldn't understand why he wins. And now king f3, king comes in to both protect and attack, but then bishop g8 is the key. When the pawn threatens to advance, and if the pawn is captured, then the black pawn is captured as well. And this is actually what happened in the game. The bishop came in, threatening to advance, and the game ends in a draw. A spoiled opportunity there for Ivanchuk. But it showcases that endgames are difficult.
They really are. Let's go to Max Zudlu against Duda, where Max Zudlu actually, when I saw it, he was pressing. He even missed one win, and now he's completely dead lost.
There's a pawn about to become a new queen. And I don't know the history as well as you do, Fiona, but just looking at this, I'm going to say that pawn becoming a new queen is a bit of an issue. And now the sacrifice from Duda to lure the queen away from the protection of the h1 square, the queening square, as we call it. And if this knight is captured, the pawn may become a new queen. And then there's two queens against one queen, which is enough to win the game. So that's a big turnaround for Duda. He lost the first game today. He came back in a must-win situation for the second one of the day. And then wins the third one with the black pieces. But apparently you said
There was only one moment on move 49 here.
Huh?
But I was so confused when Parham here played queen e5 instead of queen e3, just giving up the g3 pawn with check.
Yeah, but So here after queen e3, computer now says queen
Maybe
b1,
it's
queen
not so
f1
clear.
is
Yeah.
pretty good. But
Mhm.
after queen e5, it says queen b1 is no good
Okay.
for some reason.
Okay.
So I don't know. There seem to be certain points about it restricting the
Not as
options for the
easy.
opponent's
Yeah.
queen.
What's going on in the live position? Because are they still going? No. Do that
No.
one.
Yeah.
And let me see if there's still anything going. No, all the games have ended. So Wojtaszek Dominguez, they still have made all draws. Also, Rasmus Fane and Wang Hao, all draws so far. And Ivanchuk against Sana, also all draws so far. So I think we're going to go on a quick break now. The players will get, I think, a 10-minute break until the next game starts. So we'll be back in around 5 minutes with game number 2 of the 10+10. Hello and welcome back to the second game of 10 plus 10. The first one ended in a draw. So Magnus here, if he wants to avoid going to blitz, needs to win this one with the white pieces.
And we have a Rui Lopez Spanish opening, Magnus with the king pawn. Kamer responds in that same fashion. The knight out attacks the pawn, knight defends pawn, bishop puts pressure on knight, but not making the trade immediately when challenged by the black pawn. Counterattack in the center, Magnus defends, and this bishop gets a nice placement pointing down towards the place where you assume the white king is gonna land. C3 taking control in those important central squares. Pawn up, chases the bishop back, and Magnus does castle, having that bishop pointing in towards him. This is the Spanish opening.
Yeah, I feel didn't we see this in Hikaru's first match? Well, was that
Very
the first day
similar.
when you were not
very
there?
similar. I was not there, but
Yeah.
it was very similar. A different move order, but otherwise pretty much the same thing.
So this is going to be a maneuvering game. I think this is what Magnus wanted when he picked this opening, although maybe knight bishop c5 was slightly unexpected.
No, bishop c5 is the main move here.
Okay.
When you play pawn to d3 this early, normally white when you play this early pawn to d3 moves, you do it here because then black already has committed to moving the bishop to e7. But there's a difference that after castles, black now can play the open Spanish, which has a really good reputation these days, immediately taking this pawn. And that's why Magnus played the defense of the pawn immediately, but it has the disadvantage of allowing the black bishop to get to a better square. But yeah, like you said, maneuvering game. Both players trying to get their knights over to the king side of the board. Vincent, interestingly, being very aggressive with the pawns here, trying to control in towards white's half. Magnus now counter pressure with his pawn on the side. Magnus potentially will try and trade off these pawns to open up for the rook. And that explains why Vincent moved his rook. Because if you continue your plan of moving the knight over to the king side, the trade on the side of the board will be very advantageous for white on account of the rooks now just looking at each other with white's turn to move. So the rook escapes that potential trouble. And Vincent has the more aggressive pawns. And he also actually has the computer's eval in his favor, although very, very
and for once
minute.
in his life, he has more time.
That's maybe the biggest shocker.
Yeah. Yeah,
His
I mean,
time
let's not
management has
forget,
been
because
very
I was
poor.
saying, you know, Magnus, if he wants to avoid going to blitz, he needs to win. But let's not forget that if he loses, he's out of the tournament.
High pressure situation for both players.
And h3, I think h3 makes a lot of sense here. Can h3 ever be a hook?
I was thinking, based on the computer now suggesting this queen to c7, I was thinking there are certain circumstances in which this knight might be a target. So go with me here. Like pawn pushes in the center, and there are some situations in which we can make this trade, push forward against the bishop, push forward against the. Oh no. I was going to say push forward here, and if that one's captured, then we can take the knight, and white cannot recapture because of the bishop pointing in towards the king. But it occurs to me that there's a white pawn blocking the bishop's path. So yeah, that doesn't work. But there are themes in that general direction. Instead, Vincent plays knight to g6, Magnus making the trade on the edge of the board, opening up for his rook, following it up by pawn to d4. And it turns out Magnus is suddenly the aggressor with the pawns. We said there that Vincent's central control was amazing, but he didn't actually manage to prevent Magnus from pushing forward in the end.
Okay, so what if I go queen c7, stepping out of the d file, keeping control over all my pawns?
I guess d5. This is like the most Spanish of the Spanish ways of playing the Spanish.
Yet the computer does not approve.
Yeah, it doesn't approve, but in general, this is very important to kind of understand to understand the Spanish opening and its appeal. So here, white is the one with the most advanced pawn in the center, and this restricts the options for black to maneuver their pieces. And in general, this is better for white. However, it's a bit of a strange one here with the bishop's placement. Normally, this bishop is standing over here on e7. And one of the main plans when this bishop is over here is to maneuver the bishop back and then forward so that the bishop may point down towards the white king. And here, the black bishop is already in place, which means now, for instance, c4, and then you get this pressure down the diagonal. This might be okay for black, maybe even better for black, according to the computer. So Magnus doesn't commit to this advance immediately. Kamer does play Fiona's move, but Magnus, instead of advancing immediately, moves his bishop to reinforce the center.
I mean, it's crazy. I don't know, Vincent, where he's even spending the time, because last I checked the clock times, they were even. And I look away for 2 minutes and he's just, like, what is this sorcery? Where did he even? I felt he made all his moves quite quickly, but now there's a decision, or is there not a decision to make? Does white have a? No.
I mean, I still say Magnus should move this pawn up, but I'm guessing the computer still says it's good for black. And that's a difficult assessment to make, because normally what you always want to do here with white is push that pawn. And when to have like a common situation be unusually bad for you, that's typically when you make mistakes.
But don't you just feel that your light squared bishop after c4 will be awful? No?
Well, so will black's. So, for instance, it's very important that Kamer is not moving this bishop to point in towards the center. It sounds like a very sensible move, right? Bishop to b7. That's the kind of way you should play. Oh, wow. Wow, look at this, Fiona. If bishop b7, I was going to say that's not a great move, because then this pawn advances and the bishop is kind of being blocked by the white pawns and will just have to move back to find a better haven. But wow, look at this. So after this queen d2 move Magnus played, if now bishop b7, Magnus can sacrifice his bishop.
Wow.
Apparently this is just over. Because if you try and play c4 to block this bishop, then knight f5, and queen, well, not queen there, but queen g7, that's just checkmate. 2 pieces, all it took to make that checkmate. And if black instead tries to go bishop c8 to control that f5 square, preventing the knight from coming up there, well, then you didn't block this bishop's influence, and the queen can capture the knight, and you can't recapture because of this diagonal and the king then being in check. That's surprisingly sudden that these
do you think you're aware of the danger as black here?
Yeah, I do. But at the same time, like you talked about, Vincent's time management is just not good, right? He's been in trouble on time in every game so far today. And now that we're lowering the time limit, he's going to suffer even more from that. From that.
So, okay, if you can't put the bishop to b7, can you try and
Well, I mean, maybe you
exchange?
just have to go king h7 and
This
say,
still, you
oh
know,
my gosh. King h7, I was going to say maybe you just overprotect this pawn and make sure there's no sacrifices whatsoever. And then the computer comes and says bishop g5, I'm going to sacrifice anyway.
that move isn't okay. Let's see what happens if I take.
It's a ridiculous move. Takes, knight takes, check on the king. Turns out king not that safe after all. If the king returns, then the bishop comes in. Attack on king, on knight, and on rook. That's pretty much over. You can go back, but then this is still really annoying.
Yeah.
But you can go forward, and then somehow in this position, Magnus has 2 pawns and a rook, but Vincent has 2 bishops, and the computer feel like black is fine. Wow. Oh, and look at what happened. Takes, knight takes e4. Magnus's last move was actually a pawn sacrifice. So Magnus, by not offering extra protection to the pawn in the center, Vincent took this opportunity to trade in a way that opened up for his rook so that he could take out the undefended pawn in the center, or poorly defended pawn.
And again, I'm confused. Why does the engine still favor white here?
But Magnus can maybe take this one.
Looks very tempting.
So the idea is taking there opens up an attack against the black rook. The black rook can trade itself with the white rook. Then technically you can capture the white bishop. It's just that it's not going to be okay for you. There's the double threat of the back rank checkmate as well as this bishop. So it's kind of the same thing as we saw earlier. If you move the pawn forward to block this bishop, then the rook comes in for the checkmate. If you try and stop the rook, then you have the queen, exploiting the fact that the pawn is not actually defending the black knight on account of the king being in the bishop's diagonal. Magnus doesn't go for that though, and the computer said sacrificing this bishop on this occasion was not that good. Instead, Magnus makes the trade on c5.
I mean, instinctively, I was gonna say instinctively, I want to capture with the pawn here to not leave my pawn structure damaged.
But now Magnus is taking the rook. Bishop c2 attacks the rook. And when the rook steps back, Magnus can capture this knight. The knight was controlling the f4 square. And after the recapture, the bishop attacks both the queen and the rook.
Wow. So wait, so how do we avoid this now as black?
Well, the computer is pretty wild in that when this bishop comes to attack both the rook and down towards the knight, the rook steps back so that when this trade is made, the rook can point down on the white king. And now as the bishop attacks the queen and rook, the queen will then counterattack the knight. And Vincent loses his rook, but he does get quite a powerful attack in return.
Okay, this is madness. I mean, if this line happens and bishop c2 is on the board, I feel like Vincent is going to collapse here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's going to win because that attack looked kind of dangerous. No?
Yeah, but I think it's not so easy to find rookie
to understand maybe
yeah.
how okay it is.
Yeah.
You lose your rook and then you lose a bit of confidence.
I think so. But I mean, he's impressed me before throughout the match. I also like this other computer move, bishop f5, just saying, okay. But that's just what, just saying I'll play with a pawn for the exchange, yeah? And a bit of
Yeah.
bishop pair
Well,
power.
yeah, there's some pressure here. If this knight moves, trying to avoid being captured by the bishop, then weirdly, the computer actually favors black here. With those bishops pointing towards the white king, the knight can get involved as well.
But wait, what is this move? Sorry. Rook b4 played by Vincent. What did I just say?
Yeah, you did call it. He wants to keep control of the f4 square. He blundered.
Yeah.
He blundered. He hadn't seen that he would lose his rook. And so he does something rash to try and avoid it. And now, apparently, Magnus should... Oh, I need to fix my mouse. Magnus should take this knight. He doesn't have bishop to f4 anymore.
Okay, this
Wow.
move is just insane.
But the computer says Magnus can play bishop to g5. What? What is this?
I mean, I don't even understand. I don't understand.
Why can we not
anything.
take that guy? Rook check.
And queen g5 or what?
Rook protect each other, and then we come with the knight to do the checkmate.
No, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, this is not gonna happen.
But maybe bishop h6
But
is more
yeah,
human.
Magnus might see this one.
But instead of, I mean, instead of taking on g6.
I don't know. I think he'll make the trade first and then take an h6.
Okay.
But because this is kind of more, it's more direct.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, apparently you need to give this check. So maybe this was not, I thought maybe you could just recapture here. That you had quite a strong attack going on. But apparently
but
bishop
bishop
here
f5 is
both
nice.
opens up for the rook to protect and the bishop protecting as well. No, it's not easy, huh? And I can just tell, I'm tired from doing commentary. I can only imagine how the players are feeling.
Yeah. I see chat has asked, does he have a chance in Isle of Man to qualify? How many players are there? I don't know, it's 100 something, but he has a chance. Of course, he has a chance. Isle of Man is gonna be incredibly strong.
He's literally rated as the #2 player in the world.
Yeah, so he'll probably be the top seed.
Yeah, the #1 player, not really a big fan of classical chess these days.
He will be playing in Qatar, which I think ends 2 days before Isle of Man starts. So I very much doubt he'll be playing both events. So he will be the top seed. Of course, he has chances, but it's not about how many players there are. It's not a closed tournament. It's a Swiss. But the competition is going to be fierce. Everyone who hasn't already qualified, I think, to the candidates will be there, basically. Is Magnus still thinking? He's still thinking. So I was saying...
You were saying he was going to
Yeah.
capture. He's going to capture one or both of these things with his bishop. He does make this one first and then goes for that one. I wonder who said this was going to happen.
Someone called it. But, and what was the point here again, that we have to give a check first if black captures, right?
Yeah, so if black captures, then we give a check. The king can try and approach the rook. Then we have the other rook coming in. Ooh, this is nice. And if black tries to move the bishop to trade the rooks, then Magnus has this very nice queen takes, sacrificing this rook temporarily. Knight up, check. Wow, and then calmly just taking the rook. Here, white is still down on material, but you're going to have a checkmate somehow.
Looks to me like Magnus is going to
Ooh, the
not
pawn
just
checkmate.
qualify, but qualify in style. And when I say qualify, I mean go through to the next round.
Who is Magnus's opponent next? If he makes it?
Either Ivanchuk or Sanal. Ivanchuk once again with the advantage. And that's the match we were talking about yesterday, how it would be nice to see a bit of a throwback between two absolutely legendary players.
Yeah. Now it does seem like Magnus has this under control because finding the sacrifice was kind of the difficult part.
Mm-hmm.
Although, if bishop b7 now, the bishop is threatening the knight. And there's still the threat against the bishop. Wow, no, this is not over. After bishop b7, the computer says the only winning move is rook e6.
I don't
That
understand
is
half of these lines
wild.
we've just seen.
Like, rook e6 is properly difficult. I don't think he's going to find that. And with that in mind, I don't understand why Vincent hasn't moved. I guess Vincent is calculating what happens if I take, but honestly, at this point, maybe just trust Magnus.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of things to figure out here, no? I mean, first
Yeah.
of all, you're afraid that you're gonna be lost on the spot if you make a mistake here. Because I think in the game, I think you're not sure, you know, is this actually sound? Do I have a defense?
Yeah. But I don't know. Rook e6 just feels like an extremely difficult move to find. And then, of course, Magnus will play it instantly, and I'll look silly. Okay, bishop f5 instead. Now Magnus doesn't have this rook e6.
Mm-hmm.
Computer wants queen d5, which is weird. It's very weird. Queen d5 was very weird because then black can force the trade of queens because the bishop is still under attack. So Magnus
Yeah,
instead moves his bishop. And they're actually equal on material.
Yeah, funnily enough, yeah. And if they're equal on material, why is black's position so bad? Is it the weak king, the rook on b4 being out of play, or the rook coming into e7?
I'm not sure. I guess it has to be this rook, and then somehow that white might try and coordinate against the g7 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But this is kind of looking okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Magnus has this under control.
But it's also not easy for black to find moves, right? I mean,
this
okay.
move was fairly
Sorry.
obvious, right? That you try and trade the queens. And Magnus wants to avoid trading the queens, but his queen doesn't really have a good square. He can go here, hoping to get, rook here next, and then attacking the queen and attacking together with the rook with white's queen. But the problem is, if rook queen c3 here, then rook e4. And white is not able to get the rook into the heart of black's position.
This is not over yet. One game which seems to be very close to over is Ivanchuk's. With a win, he will qualify to the next round and face the winner of this match. It looked like Magnus was almost there, but suddenly this goes on.
Black has winning chances here. I mean, never mind that Magnus might not close it out, despite the computer saying his position was brilliant. I want to mention that also if Magnus loses here, he's out because he is facing a bishop pair and he's facing a 2 versus 1 on the far side of the board, which is the most dangerous side of the board because the kings are so far away from these pawns on the queen side that it becomes easier for those pawns to become new queens since the king is not there to stop them.
And I feel Magnus at this point, he's got to feel a little bit stressed, a little bit tilted, because I think he feels in his gut that he was winning at some point over the last, 5 moves or so. And to now suddenly feel like, okay, Black is bringing this rook that was out of play back into the game. I don't have any rook e7. What am I doing here? Like, I think, even Magnus, the pressure gets even to the best of us. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the time. The clock. 2 versus 1. This is going to be a really exciting finish.
If you had to predict a result from here, what would you say right now?
And
I only have you for a few more minutes, Jon Ludwig. Let me torture you a little bit.
Well, I'm not trying to pretend I'm being tortured.
Not in the business of betting.
Well, I just think Magnus is going to win, right? Because Vincent is down to 1 minute. And Vincent has seemed shaky this entire match.
But look at Magnus. He's down to 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
But he is Magnus.
Yeah.
There's that.
There's like combination of Magnus being Magnus and Vincent being very low on time. But it could end like there was a point earlier in the game where I would said like the chance of Vincent winning is pretty much non-existent. Whereas here, for the first time in the game, the computer is giving him the advantage. Wow. I don't really understand what the point of this move is for Magnus. Because this knight is just very exposed. So I guess if queen d5, Magnus wants rook d1. Fair enough. Queen d5 still makes a lot of sense to keep this rook under protection. Vincent instead goes queen e6. I guess he thought that he may want to go here anyway if the rook comes in to attack the queen. A trade in the center. Now I guess rook e1 from Magnus to put pressure on these black pieces on the e file.
I'm starting to
this
really
is
like
very
Vincent,
unpleasant for Magnus. Yeah, no, it's very unpleasant for Magnus. And he only has a minute left. And having to deal with these pawns and these bishops.
I can tell you, Jon Ludwig, bishop b7 is a move I will never make in a million years. I'd be so worried to leave my queen opposite the rook.
So Vincent wants to try and attack. But now he has a big problem. Yeah, this was a bit of an unnecessary move. Not because there was a problem with the rook pointing in against the queen, but rather the fact that when the queen now moves, the rook will come in and together with the white queen attack on g7. This might just be over. For some reason, my engine is kind of bugging out. So the eval bar is no longer correct. Now maybe it fixed. But yeah, Vincent had to move the queen here because if he moves anywhere else, the rook will work together with the queen for a checkmate. So Vincent had to go queen c4, but now if Magnus trades, the black pawns on the queen side are not as nice as they were just a few moments ago.
On the other hand, material will still be even. Black will still have the bishop here and chances to make a draw. I don't feel any longer that Magnus is in much danger. But maybe I was just going to say, maybe he's not going to trade queens.
Yeah. I mean, that's a brave move from Magnus. He wants to exploit all of these undefended black pieces, and he really wants the rook to come up. And yeah, no, this bishop is in big trouble. Where can the bishop go? If the bishop moves back, then the rook comes in, and both bishops are on the same rank. Vincent tries to capture on f3. Magnus just recaptures. So Magnus now ruining the pawn structure in front of his king, but he does have a double attack against the bishop and the pawn, although the bishop now doing a counterattack on white's rook. Very difficult to assess. Both players down to less than a minute on the clock. Magnus up with the rook, attacks the queen. The queen moves to attack on b2. Magnus is attacking this pawn. Vincent is
and
attacking this
c5
pawn.
pawn as well.
Vincent is attacking this pawn. Magnus is attacking this one. Computer is saying that Magnus is going to win, but I really don't understand why. Like, why are you not concerned about this pawn being captured?
I don't know, Jan Ludwig.
I guess if you take this pawn, then check here is checkmate.
Oh, that is
So,
actually a good point.
King here, if you take the pawn, then check. If the king moves, checkmate. And if the rook blocks, then check. King has to move, and then you lose the rook.
And King G2 has been played 15 seconds for Vincent. How do you... I know you don't need to stop anything. You just need to not take on b2.
So the queen steps back because we needed actually to defend this guy. Magnus then with the rook pointing on the queen. Queen moves. And now after the trade, Magnus may win a pawn, but with his damage structure, I feel like that shouldn't suffice to win the game. So Magnus is probably not going to trade the rooks. He's going to feel like that's too easy for Vincent to defend.
So what then? Rook e4?
Or
Rook g4?
G4 maybe?
But rook g4, I can maybe just go back to f7 now and hit f3 again.
You could also go rook f6. Oh, Magnus goes for the trade. I'm surprised by that. So now if Vincent can trade queens, this is a draw. So Magnus, whatever happens, is gonna want to try to avoid the queen trade.
I still feel that with both playing with, 30 seconds on the clock, that Magnus is gonna be has got to be a favorite to win here.
Yeah, for sure. Vincent tries to offer the queen trade. Magnus says, no, thank you.
The problem is that the white king isn't even if the pawn structure...
Well, now Vincent just blundered this pawn, no?
Oh, yeah.
This pawn was under attack, and he just didn't defend it. Okay.
And that's...
That probably that should be it. Magnus with 2 extra pawns in a queen endgame, and crucially, there are still pawns on the left side of the board. Had there only been, like, if we eliminated these 2 pawns from the board, then probably this is still a draw. Because even though you have 3 versus 1, your 3 pawns are not really well suited to become new queens, since they're doubled. But now this seems fine for Magnus, and Magnus now centralizing the queen, getting the queen to the e4 square. He'll calmly move his pawns up.
Queen c4 here?
I don't think it does anything.
It doesn't.
We can just keep the...
I wanted, of course, to trade the queens, and then we both get a new queen, and that way just, get the endgame you were on about.
Yeah, so this I think would be a big mistake for Magnus. This I think is a draw, despite white being up 2 pawns. Because you can't get a new queen, because this guy is kind of protecting in both directions.
Evik is asking, is this the second game of the match? It's the second game of the 10+10, yeah. So if Magnus wins, he's through to the next round, where he would be facing Vasil Ivanchuk, who has won his match against Vahab Sanal.
Yeah, and Magnus, of course, is going to win this.
Dominguez is through to the next round. After 5 draws, he won game 6 against Wojtaszek with the white pieces. Right now, it looks like only Rasmus Vane and Wang Hao are going to continue to the Blitz. Yeah, this is...
I think it's easy, but you never really know with queen endings.
That's true.
The thing is, these doubled pawns are actually very helpful to Magnus. Because it means that since there's two of them, they kind of prevent both checks. Whereas if it had only been one of them, you have to kind of choose. Do you prevent this check or do you prevent this check? And I gotta say, I think queen endgames is the strongest thing in Magnus's arsenal. I think Magnus is even better than Karpov in opposite colored bishops. Karpov is generally considered the genius there, but I think Magnus is even better. And I think Magnus is like so good in queen endgames. Which does not bode well for Kamer here, down 2 pawns.
Yeah. I mean, I would still be, but yeah, I think also, especially with the time situation, like as white, you can always just, you know, start slowly bringing your king, start slowly pushing the pawns. And the black queen is not very active.
You
Still,
know,
I'll be.
the trick is to get your king involved without being afraid of all the checks, or at least having the checks under control.
So I guess Vincent is trying to maybe go to f1 and get in
Well,
behind.
he's just trying to keep this defended and then wait for Magnus to do something. And if Magnus starts moving his king up, then we start giving checks and attacks and whatnot.
I would
so
still be
easy.
sweating here as
Yeah.
white. I mean, still some work to do.
So Magnus gonna offer the queen trade. And the only way for Vincent to keep control of the pawn is by moving the queen to this f1 square. And now Magnus feels that this queen maybe is a bit poorly placed. Although if we give a check here, block with the queen, then we can attack here. But there's an attack here. Yeah, so I think long term, Vincent isn't going to be able to keep the protection of this pawn. Which is why he would have much rather had a situation where those queenside pawns could have been traded off. Like, without these 2 pawns, I would think this is a draw, maybe. Probably.
I think maybe, you know, according to the table basis, but I think in this real life situation, Magnus would still be, even if it was a table-based draw, an overwhelming favorite, I think, to win it anyway.
Fair enough. So this is the key to queen endings. You gotta be comfortable with your opponent just continuously giving your king so many checks. And you gotta be able to calculate how you get out of the checks. Computers do it very easily, but humans, it's so difficult.
The problem is right now, if you don't keep checking, queen d5 will come, the pawn on b5 will fall. There is no move right now for black to defend the pawn on b5.
But on the other hand, if the queen goes to take this guy, then black can take this one. Not entirely sure that would be such a bad thing. Wow, now Magnus is using his king to take that pawn. Look at the black queen just giving checks and Magnus calmly walking across the board as if it was nothing.
Yeah, I think we're inching towards. I think Magnus is making big steps here towards winning this game and setting up a round 5 match against Vasily Ivanchuk.
So Magnus gets this pawn, but Vincent is going to get another pawn in return. And there's still so many checks to keep track of. Vincent has now checked Magnus 6 consecutive moves. And it's not over yet.
But you also now have to be so careful. For example, you can't check on d3 because
queen
c4.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Come on,
7 checks in a row, but Magnus with the counter check, that's game over.
Did you actually hear what I said?
Yeah.
Like literally, I said just before I played it, you have to be careful because, for example, you can't give a check on d3, and just as
I
I
heard
said it,
you. I just didn't think it was gonna happen. I
no,
was
me
getting ready
neither.
to input the moves as a variation.
Okay, well, Magnus moves through to the next round where he will be facing Ivanchuk. On our end, unfortunately, this is the end of the road, but it's been so much fun taking you guys through this event until here. Of course, we wish Hikaru had made it further, but he will have other tournaments in the future. You know, it's been such a great year for him overall. Yes, this is a small setback, but plenty more tournaments to look forward to. So yeah, big thank you to you guys for watching us. Big shout out to our lovely team of mods, and of course to Jaren, our super producer. Jon Ludwig, I also really enjoyed commentating with you. I hope we'll get the chance to work together again in the future. And yeah, that really is that from our side. Hikaru will be back to streaming himself very soon, so that's something to look forward to. And Jon Ludwig, I'll leave you with the final words.
I have nothing to add. Thanks for having me, Fiona. Thanks for hosting us through this. And I'll see you everyone back on a later occasion.
Absolutely. You guys take care, and we'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like streaming. Bye.